Usually, this is where it gets cliché. Humans get gifted magic or crazy stats to hunt down beasts. It's the standard story beat. Our guy Arthur is thinking exactly that while staring at his screen, seeing his own life play out like a script. Right then, a blinding light erupts from the device. He figured he was getting the hero treatment. Small problem, though, he's the only one on the entire planet who got picked, and there's an endless swarm of monsters to slaughter. As if his soul-crushing job and boring life weren't enough of a headache. Now he's the world's only defense. To see how he got into this mess, we've got to go back. Arthur is your basic commoner at the academy. Just an everyday citizen, a regular guy with zero special talents to his name. Honestly, his self-esteem is in the gutter, so total loser is probably a more honest description. Since he's so painfully average, he spends all his time obsessed with fantasy chronicles and nightly scrolls. He follows his weekly series religiously and stays on top of every new release. If a story is good, he's the first one in the comments leaving a review. He's doing exactly that, totally glued to his screen, when he accidentally slams right into a classmate because he wasn't looking ahead. Instinct kicks in. He starts apologizing immediately. But the girl just snaps at him, telling him to watch where he's going. The irony? She's holding a scroll too. Talk about a double standard. She gives our hero a look of pure disgust, sneering at him before walking off without a second thought. Here's the sad part. Arthur is head over heels for her. In his own head, they're practically soulmates. She has no clue, obviously. But his daydream gets cut short by a hard slap to the head from some guy who hated the look on Arthur's face. And yeah, that's uncalled for, but looking at Arthur's expression, you almost can't blame him. It was a creepy look. The bully barks at him to stop staring at the girl like that. Classic rich noble jerk, 𝑭𝒍𝒐𝒐𝒓. To make it worse, Arthur's father actually works for Cedric's noble family. Great. Arthur apologizes, thinking the villains in his stories are way worse than this guy. Then, a nightmare creature spawns right in the corridor. It's surreal, total horror. Even without knowing what it is, one look into those eyes tells you everything you need to know. If 100 knights can't take down a charging bear, imagine trying to fight this literal demon. Trying to process the chaos, Arthur feels something cold dripping into his britches. The monster looked like it stepped right out of a dark legend. But get this, the weirdo actually gets excited. In his head, monsters only show up to highlight the hero's power. This guy is seriously deluded. He's standing there actually waiting for a support character to show up and carry him. If it were me, I'd be breaking sprinting records, but Arthur, his sanity just checked out completely. He's convinced a magical S-rank, Lady Knight, is about to swoop in and save his life. Right next to him, 𝑭𝒍𝒐𝒏 is face down on the floor, the first one to get a brutal beatdown from the beast. That's when it clicks for Arthur. This is his moment. A chance to be the protagonist and save his school bully. The monster lunges at the student, but Cedric somehow scrambles out of the way. Meanwhile, Arthur is just standing there overthinking, trying to figure out how to make his grand entrance. Then, ding, a system window pops up. You have been chosen. Everything is going according to plan. A status window was exactly what he needed. Cedric is literally screaming for his life, and Arthur just tells him, "Hold on, I'm about to awaken my powers." The system says he has to train for 6,666 years in a different dimension. If he clears the tower, he'll get godlike powers and become the savior of all mankind. But Arthur doesn't have time for a wall of text. He just wants the loot and the glory right now. While he's daydreaming, Cedric is fighting for every second of his life. The system asks again, "Do you want to climb the tower for 6,666 years to become a god?" Arthur hits yes immediately. If he accepts, he has to pick a starting skill. While Arthur is browsing the menu, Cedric is about to become monster food. The system says he can have literally any skill he wants, which makes our boy completely freeze up with indecision. Confirming his suspicions, the system tells him he can pick any power to save another world. He could be a grand necromancer with an army, or carry the most legendary blade ever forged. Anything he can imagine is on the table. But the Tower of Trials isn't some walk in the park. It's got over 60,000 floors, and he has exactly 1 year to finish. Clear it or die. Arthur takes all this in and starts overthinking again. Now he's stuck. Does he go for the ultimate skill or the legendary item? The clock is ticking, man. Lord Cedric was already getting impatient, breathing down his neck about their deal. But Alistair just looked up, a calm smile on his face, because he'd finally found the loophole. With a steady hand, he tapped the glowing glyph on the floating sacred chronicle. This was it, the moment of truth. Alistair's eyes burned with a mix of nerves and pure, unadulterated madness as he prepared to flip the script. His demand, a single golden writ, the kind that teleports a champion straight to the summit of the spire of sovereignty. It was completely insane, totally unheard of, something so bizarre. But man, it was genius. Even the shadow beast froze mid-prowl, and the sacred chronicle itself seemed to glitch out in utter confusion. Alistair smirked, reminding the voice in the void of its own ancient laws. Any item or any skill. Those were the rules. The chronicle flickered, warning him that bending the laws of magic was one thing, but this was basically nuking the foundation of reality. Our boy wasn't having it. He snapped back, calling the chronicle out for being a lying cheat if it didn't honor the contract. No way out. The system sighed in magical static and manifested the summit ticket right into Alistair's hand. Talk about a pro gamer move. By reaching the peak, he'd automatically inherit every single reward and SSS level buff the Spire had to offer. Activate now, the voice asked, almost sounding resigned. Do it, Alistair whispered. Instantly, that small piece of parchment in his hand erupted into a blinding, searing white light. It was like a star had just been born in that hallway. Cedric and the beast could only shield their eyes as Alistair's entire body was swallowed by a celestial aura. The glow was so intense, the entire Royal Academy building began to shine like a beacon across the kingdom. For one brief second, the kingdom of 𝒉𝒂𝒃 became the brightest place in the cosmos, burning like a sun. Alistair looked down at his empty palms, wondering if the gamble actually paid off, until the chronicle's voice boomed, congratulating him for finishing the spire. Jackpot, reward time. Our boy was flooded with godlike power and SSS level abilities. He'd done it. He'd shattered the limits of what a mortal man could be, and notifications were exploding in his vision like fireworks. Stats maxed, power infinite. Alistair materialized back in the academy corridor, his body radiating a pressure that cracked the stone floor. In the blink of an eye, a massive transformation had occurred. The academy failure was gone. He was a living god now. Waves of raw mana rolled off him. The shadow beast, it knew right then. The tables had turned, and it was no longer the hunter. Lord Cedric just stood there, jaw on the floor, staring at the absolute unit Alistair had become in seconds. Alistair looked the monster dead in the eye and asked if it was just going to watch, or if it was finally time to fight. The beast actually flinched. It looked at Cedric for some kind of help, but the noble just pointed back at Alistair like, "You're on your own, pal." Realizing there was no escape, the creature let out a desperate roar. It had a job to do, even if it was suicide. It lunged with everything it had, fully convinced it could win. But to Alistair, it was moving through molasses. Time to test the new toys. He didn't even draw a blade. He just cocked his finger back for a simple flick. Snap! The impact caused another burst of blinding light to tear through the hallway. It was like an atomic explosion of pure mana. Overwhelming, destructive power erupted from his fingertips, beginning to level the entire school. The resulting energy was completely annihilative. It didn't stop at the clouds. The beam tore through the sky and punched into the vastness of space, a streak of light that could obliterate anything in its path. Everyone finally saw the true scale of what Alistair had unleashed upon the world. A trail of total destruction was all that remained where the beast once stood. Our boy had definitely overdone it. That's when the chronicle reappeared, its voice trembling as it started tallying the results. Records obliterated. Because his stats were so broken, the rewards just kept doubling and tripling. He never thought a single ticket would do this. Then the system reported the total casualties, 2 billion lives lost across the realms. Cedric was still shaking. He realized the monster he feared was just an ant compared to the true monster standing in front of him. What just happened? The noble stammered, trying to pull his shattered mind together. Alistair told him to relax on the formalities. He had one more trick up his sleeve, a powerful magic he'd just mastered. Double S-level time regression, activated. He wasn't about to let the world burn. The massive waves of energy started flowing backward, like reality was being rewound. Not just the energy, but the very gears of the universe began to grind in reverse. Back, straight to the exact moment Alistair's finger was poised to flick the air. The world settled. He was right where he wanted to be, standing face to face with the beast, ready to try a different approach. That's when the truth hit him. Despite its terrifying size, this nightmare of a beast was actually paralyzed with fear. Placing his hands on his head, Arthur let out a breath of pure relief that his plan worked, even apologizing for giving the creature such a scare. It was his first time wielding such insane mana. As he adjusted to the surge of power, the poor beast tried to quietly slip away through a hole in the manor wall. Not so fast. Arthur locked it down instantly, using a high-level binding spell that froze the creature right in its tracks. The thought of killing the poor thing twice felt wrong, so our hero knew he had to come up with a better solution. Seizing the moment, Arthur turned to the spoiled noble and asked if he hadn't been ordered to go fetch some supplies. The brat did a complete 180, stuttering out apologies and promising to do whatever he was told just to stay in Arthur's good graces. But Arthur wasn't done being intimidating yet. He told the boy to stay put because there was still one more thing to settle. Outside, the capital of Aurelia was falling into total chaos, and the noble finally realized just how horrific the situation really was. Pure, raw terror took over. He fell to his knees, literally crawling toward Arthur's feet for some kind of protection. He started begging for his life, but Arthur was already moving, telling him he'd have to wait his turn. The noble cried out that saving the academy was the priority, but Arthur shut him down. His family mattered more than every other life combined. It was a fair point. Honestly, even the brat had to respect that kind of cold, hard logic. Activating a high-tier teleportation circle, our hero vanished from the academy grounds in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a man was enjoying the ultimate afternoon nap, so deep into his slumber that even the end of the world wouldn't wake him. This peaceful scene was exactly what Arthur's parents were watching through their enchanted scrying mirror. His mother was stunned by how clean the man's room was, while his father just wished he could swap places and get some sleep himself. Suddenly, the broadcast cut out, replaced by a frantic emergency warning from the palace. Monsters were tearing through the capital, and as panic set in, the family's communication stone began to glow and ring on the table. Rushing to the balcony to see for themselves, the couple realized the horror on the mirror was very, very real. The world was literally coming apart at the seams, crawling with beasts that defied any logic. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, and their presence accidentally drew the attention of a massive beast nearby. With one swift blow, the creature was about to level their entire manor. But then, boom, Arthur appeared right behind the monster, cold as ice, asking what it thought it was doing. Tapping into a rare gravity reversal art, our protagonist was about to give this monster a lesson it wouldn't survive. All he needed was a single target lock to trigger the crushing mana. Before it could even blink, the beast started floating, falling upward into the clouds as Arthur secured his parents' safety. The only problem, his parents were staring at him in total shock as he hovered there in midair. He drifted through the window like it wasn't even there, calmly confirming that, yes, it was really him. They were speechless. Between the monsters and their son flying, their brains were basically melting. His father finally found his voice, scolding him for skipping school and, worse, tracking mud into the house with his boots on. Apparently, Even an apocalypse is no excuse for breaking house rules or missing your lessons. So Arthur took his boots off, showing some respect. He looked at them, acknowledging the 16 years of blood, sweat, and tears they'd spent raising him. He knew his obsession with his communication stone worried them, but he told them to relax. He was the chosen savior of mankind now. That speech, yeah, it didn't help. His parents were now convinced he'd finally lost his mind. Realizing they thought he was crazy, Arthur explained that he'd been analyzing this his entire life. He'd always admired the heroes in the old legends, who could save everyone and everything at once. But there was one nagging detail in every epic story that always bothered him. The hero usually gets a divine revelation or travels back through time to change their fate. They always have some grand destiny or a loyal sidekick, but they never seem to care about their own families. That wasn't going to be him. Arthur refused to overlook them, instantly gifting his parents a horde of divine abilities. Even after that insane display, his old-school father just demanded to know what kind of madness he was talking about. For Arthur, it was simple. His family's safety came before anything else in this crumbling world. To prove it, he cast a massive, impenetrable defensive field over the entire region, making sure his home was the safest place on Earth. Those foul monsters won't be able to lay a single claw on his parents, not while he's around to protect them. Finally, Alaric was ready to go out and save the rest of the kingdom, but his parents, they just had to ask one more time what in the name of the great king he was actually doing. He whispered a final goodbye, telling them he loved them dearly, and then that blinding divine light flooded the chamber once again. For now, they were left without a single answer. They cried out that they loved him too, their voices echoing as the light faded. Outside the academy walls, though, pure chaos. Half the structures were already in ruins. Our hero returned to the courtyard where he'd started, and Lord Cedric, that rich brat who used to be his nightmare, was now acting like a total servant. The noble-born coward trembled, asking if Alaric's parents were safe, and our protagonist just nodded. Honestly, you could practically hear Cedric's massive sigh of relief from across the grounds. But wait, we're back to the topic of the bread. Alaric hadn't forgotten about those errands Cedric used to force on him, and he even apologized for bringing it up again. Well, sort of. He just couldn't help himself. As a former victim of that kind of treatment, it was finally time for our boy to teach that arrogant jerk a lesson he'd never forget. Chanting a massive incantation, Alaric prepared a summoning spell so powerful that the very air began to crackle with ancient energy. Cedric was absolutely petrified. With a cold, almost manic glint in his eyes, Alaric asked the rich kid if he really loved those fresh meat pies, because he was about to eat them until he was stuffed to the brim. Boom, a literal mountain of meat pies erupted into existence, completely burying the poor bully under a savory avalanche of crust and gravy. It was a struggle, but Cedric eventually managed to claw his way out from under the massive pile of summoned food. Once the bully finally stood up and shook off the crumbs, Alaric just stood there, looking deep in thought. He realized Cedric was weak, pathetically weak. Honestly, it was a bit of a letdown, and he'd been expecting a lot more from his former tormentor. Cedric felt the judgment in Alaric's gaze and started stammering, asking if they really had to go this far since he never did anything that bad, right? Oh, big mistake. Alaric realized the boy clearly hadn't seen enough yet, and that look on his face, it sent Cedric into a spiral of pure terror. Time for a little trip down memory lane. Alaric cast a flashback spell, and the color drained from the bully's face instantly. Since the noble couldn't remember his crimes, Alaric decided it was time to show him every single thing that had happened in the past. See, our hero remembered it all. The mocking laughter, the cruel sneers, and that one time Cedric burned his favorite academy robes just for a laugh. He even remembered the day he was forced to eat his own rations after they'd been thrown into the stable's filth. Every single day was a nightmare of feeling powerless. Cedric had even locked his spectacles away with a heavy padlock once, yet the bully stood there acting like it never happened. He admitted to telling the boy to go fetch him some bread once or twice, sure. But the rest, he claimed he couldn't recall any of those stories, especially since Alaric didn't even wear spectacles back then. Alaric stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, asking if Cedric was calling him a liar. But against all odds, the bully stuck to his word. Fine, that was enough for our boy. He said he'd accept those apologies, and as a sign of their new friendship, he offered to transform Cedric into the one thing he truly desired. Cedric's eyes lit up. He imagined a body of pure, radiant energy, a true knight's physique sculpted by magic and power. That was all the permission Alaric needed. He snapped his fingers and unleashed his transformation magic. A thick green mist swallowed the noble's body as the magic took hold. But when the fog finally cleared, there was no legendary knight standing there. To Cedric's absolute horror, he'd been turned into a meat pie, a literal steaming meat pie. He was screaming in outrage, while Alaric just doubled over laughing at the scene. He teased that if the guy truly regretted his past, maybe he'd change him back, leaving the little pie shaking in fear. Suddenly, their little conversation was cut short by a sharp, feminine voice. It was Lady Alara, the girl who always looked at Alaric like he was something she'd stepped in. Alaric knew exactly who had arrived. He turned to her, his aura glowing. "I've been chosen by the gods, Alara." While the tiny Cedric pie kept muffled screaming for mercy, the girl backed away, her eyes wide with terror as she realized the food was actually talking to her. Alaric called it cute and offered her a bite. Alara clutched her chest, trembling, and asked if he was insane. Didn't he realize the entire world had just been upended? People were dying everywhere. The world they knew was gone. The academy was a ghost town. All communication with the capital was dead, and she couldn't even find the King's Guard for help. The sheer unknown was eating her alive. She couldn't understand how Alaric could be so cheerful in the middle of a total apocalypse. Tears started welling up in her eyes as she spoke, and honestly, that actually triggered a strong reaction in our protagonist. He looked at her and asked, "Alara, do you ever actually read any epic chronicles or legends?" He told her they were fantastic, and the reason the academy was empty, probably because the divine creator was too lazy to draw more background characters. Honestly, he had a point. But Alara just stared at him, completely lost. What in the world was he talking about? Alaric sighed deeply, realizing she lacked any sense of epic romance. He put his hands on his head, mourning her lack of vision while she just stood there confused. A very angry meat pie suggested he just fix everything already, while Alaric started wondering if he should just find a different, female lead to fill the role. And you know what? That's exactly what he decided to do. He scoured every realm using a god-tier summoning spell, searching for the one woman perfect enough for the role he had in mind. A massive, glowing magic crest erupted on the stone floor, leaving the girl frozen in pure terror as her world literally dissolved around her. Arthur, our main man, had demanded the most breathtaking and enchanting lady in all the known kingdoms. The brilliance of his ritual was blinding, so intense it probably scorched the eyes of the peasants lurking in the streets outside. As the mist settled in the corridor, the portly guard finally snapped out of it, asking what kind of madness that creep had just performed. Arthur started breaking out in a cold sweat. There she was, standing right in front of him. In her hand, she gripped a blade dripping with fresh blood. Her face was angelic, sure, but her gaze, pure, cold-blooded murder. Suddenly, this total stranger is standing in the Royal Academy, looking like she just fought her way out of a literal massacre. Arthur was stunned into silence, while the portly guard was instantly, hopelessly head over heels. The girl was lost, but one thing was certain. She just buried her dagger into Lord Alistair's chest with her own 2 hands. She looked like she stepped right out of a tragic romance novel, the kind where the heroine seduces a tyrant king just to take his throne. Our guy had some serious nerves, though. He just looked at her and acted completely casual, like they were old friends. As the heiress of House Sterling, she'd never been treated so rudely, but Arthur cut her off before she could even finish her title. He told her straight up, She didn't have permission to turn his epic action story into some dramatic soap opera. See, Layla didn't realize how crucial the first 3 verses of a chronicle are, and for the record, we were already halfway through verse 3. If he let her ramble about her tragic backstory now, they'd be stuck in this hallway for ages, and the readers would get bored. The girl ignored him and kept trying to explain her noble lineage, but Arthur was already losing his mind. Honestly, he was just plain annoyed at this point. She was yapping about irrelevant history until she had the audacity to call him unrefined for raising his voice. Talk about a bad first impression. Arthur wasn't exactly a fan of cheesy romance stories. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl demanded to know why everyone's clothes looked so bizarre. Because just seconds ago, she was positive she'd been lovingly stabbing her husband. With a flick of his fingers, Arthur made that bloody knife vanish into thin air. He offered to do the same for her blood-soaked gown, magically swapping it out until she looked absolutely flawless. "Impossible," muttered both the girl and the confused, portly guard at the same time. The girl asked who he was again, but Arthur completely ignored her. He sensed something massive closing in. Using his newly awakened power, he threw up a shimmering barrier just as a massive blast threatened to level the entire academy. While they were busy bickering, a beast as tall as a castle tower had crept up on them, terrifying everyone left inside. The silver-haired lady was spiraling. She had no idea what world she'd been dragged into. From behind his shield, Arthur watched the monster unleash a series of attacks, its fury growing by the second. It didn't take long for Arthur to realize this thing was all brawn and no brains, basically just a giant, angry idiot. This was the perfect chance for a little warm-up. With the divine system's help, he dialed back his strength to avoid a total disaster. Then, he prepared his move. He charged up a massive bolt of lightning to end the beast, proving that his power was leagues beyond anything in this realm. After that brutal display, the girls were absolutely speechless. It was breathtaking, and honestly, completely unbelievable to witness. But for Arthur, it was nothing special. As long as he was having fun, nothing else really mattered. Next, he unleashed a wave of frost magic, scaring the daylights out of his new companions. A simple low-tier spell was all it took to turn those monsters into popsicles. Now they were just statues waiting to be smashed. Arthur stepped forward and shattered the frozen abominations with a single, heavy stomp. Chunks of ice and monster parts rained down across the capital as he cleared out every threat near the academy. He realized he might have overdone it a bit, so he forced himself to hold back even more. Still, seeing the devastation he could cause, Arthur couldn't help but smile. He was genuinely loving this. The system pinged him for his first official kill, but as the screen faded, even more beasts swarmed his position. Perfect. This was exactly what he wanted, a world of high fantasy colliding with a realm of legendary knights. He activated his flight skill and took to the skies, ready to show these monsters who really own the heavens. Arthur, our main man, wasn't just a knight. He could manifest a blade of pure psionic energy. He tore through those monsters like they were made of wet parchment, slicing and dicing without breaking a sweat. What was left? Just a grisly trail of carnage and beastly limbs flying through the air like some twisted celebration. He didn't slow down for a second, charging straight toward the Alpha, a massive, terrifyingly brutal dragon. But even that legendary worm was a joke compared to Arthur's raw power. He quickly realized the beasts were flooding in from a single rift in space and knew he had to shut it down. Now, the simple move would have been to dive into the rift and clear out the dungeon the old-fashioned way. But our boy is absolutely broken. He's got abilities that shouldn't even exist, like dimensional banishment. Why bother doing the heavy lifting? He just let his power do the talking, and the monsters finally realized exactly who they were messing with. Absolute terror. The creatures actually stopped their advance, frozen in fear, but it was way too late for mercy. The banishment was already in motion. Arthur was literally erasing the rift's existence while tossing it into an even deeper, darker void. Suddenly, a massive, swirling abyss opened in the sky right, where that dimensional crack used to be. He let out a long sigh of relief. That should keep the kingdom of 𝒉𝒂𝒂𝒂 safe, at least for a little while. After cleaning up the mess outside, he used a quick teleport to pop back into the Royal Academy. He stepped into the hall and found the two girls casually chatting with Barnaby, the school's resident human hamburger. The silver-haired noblewoman spotted him and mentioned she'd been busy picking everyone's brains to understand this strange new world. It finally clicked for her. She'd somehow been whisked through time and landed straight in the future. And man, the differences were massive. Her old reality and this one were worlds apart. Arthur tried to explain that it wasn't exactly time travel, but whatever. He promised to help her blend in using his transformation magic. The real mission: changing her outfit to make the court painter's life easier, since the poor guy was already suffering enough trying to draw those lightning-fast fight scenes. A shimmering glow wrapped around the silver-haired girl, and even she looked pretty impressed by the magical makeover. When the light faded, she looked so breathtaking that Barnaby, our favorite human hamburger, completely lost his mind. The poor girl was mortified, though. The outfit was way too scandalous for a lady. She immediately started begging for a dress or something that actually covered her up. Arthur just ignored her and tied her hair up to keep the illustration simple. All this while looking at her with a level of cold contempt that was basically off the charts. The other girl didn't hold back either, saying she never expected to meet a guy with such absolutely trash taste in fashion. Arthur just told her to cool it with the insults, acting like he hadn't done anything wrong. He claimed he was just going for comfort, though even he had to admit the shorts were, well, a bit on the shorter side. Just as he was about to fix the outfit, Barnaby actually started begging him to leave it as it was. Arthur, of course, completely ignored the creep. And much to the heartbreak of that poor, stout squire, the girl was suddenly wearing a sensible pair of pants. Seeing a chance for a wardrobe upgrade, the school bestie asked if he could conjure up some designer gowns. Arthur honestly couldn't believe she was that shallow. While they were bickering, the silver-haired girl brought up a detail that felt completely out of left field. Her surname wasn't liberal anymore. It was a royal name now that she'd become a princess. But Arthur, he was totally zoned out, just admiring how her hair looked. Unfortunately, her life hadn't been a fairy tale. Far from it. She admitted she'd actually ended her husband's life, but Arthur kept insisting he didn't want to hear her tragic backstory, saying none of it made any sense anyway. Still, he wasn't blind. He could see the lingering pain in her eyes. She'd lived a life full of misery. For the first time, he actually showed her some real empathy. He told her again he didn't need the details. But he guessed she was probably suffering from some kind of terminal curse. The girl was stunned. Because he hit the nail right on the head. And it got worse. Her marriage had been a cold, arranged deal with a man she absolutely loathed. The jerk had cheated on her with the maids, and then framed her for it, making her the villainess of the entire kingdom. In the middle of all that chaos and misunderstanding, a terrible accident happened. With tears welling up, the silver-haired princess confessed that was the absolute, ugly truth. Arthur could tell she'd been through the ringer. "You don't have to carry that weight here," he told her. The girl was still struggling to even wrap her head around his kindness. Arthur told her straight up that everything she did was self-defense. Then, he placed an S-rank blessing on her, telling her she'd done nothing wrong. A rush of pure, pleasant energy washed over her. Arthur then casually mentioned that every single disease in her body had just been purged. The terminal illness, gone. Just like that, she was free to live her life however she wanted in this new world. She'd never heard words like that in her entire life. Not from her father, who was one of the most powerful men in the land, or her closest friends. Certainly not from her fiancé, who was a complete scumbag. None of them had ever given her a choice, let alone freedom. And now, she received the greatest gift of all from a man she'd only just met. As the lead of a completely ridiculous, logic-defying romance, she wasn't just grateful. She was clearly smitten with the young Lord Julian. Our hero sensed a deeper plot unfolding. Right then, the heavenly oracle flashed, tallying his monster kills and granting a rare new achievement. It was the ultimate sign. His epic journey was only just beginning. The oracle chimed. The divine watchers from above had their eyes on him. By entertaining these cosmic nobles, he could gain god-tier abilities and legendary relics. Poor Julian was absolutely buried under the sheer volume of spiritual messages flooding in from the heavens. A crowd of celestials clamored for his attention, but Julian couldn't care less. He told the oracle to shut them all out, blocked every single one of them. Faced with our hero's cold indifference, the oracle was stunned, asking why he'd reject such massive power, but Julian simply wasn't interested in being a puppet. Still, the oracle wouldn't let it go. Julian just tuned out the magical screen, focusing his entire attention on the allies standing right beside him. He looked them in the eye and asked, "Who's ready to help me save this kingdom?" High above, the celestial council of the heavens gathered. Beings from a higher dimension were peering down at Albion, watching his every move. One was absolutely livid. A lowly mortal dared to snub a god. This was the Duke of Wrath, and he was fuming. Another entity just laughed, finding the whole thing thrilling. That was the Lord of Games, and he was here for the chaos. Meanwhile, the Master of Feasts thought the boy needed a brutal lesson. But then, the one wearing the great crown commanded silence. He was the High King of the Celestials, the ultimate authority. He noted that though Julian was a mere human, he'd conquered the Tower of Trials and deserved respect. The Lord of Despair scoffed. Impossible for a mortal. The Lady of Envy claimed he'd cheated his way up, demanding the boy be dragged into their own dark dimension immediately. They needed to know, did this boy truly have the power to break the laws of the universe? And if that were confirmed, she promised to end him with her own 2 hands. Finally, Julian shared his newfound power with the group. His allies were ready to shred monsters, all except for Sir Barnaby, the crust crusher, who looked pretty miserable. Honestly, the ladies weren't thrilled either. Staring down those nightmare beasts was the last thing they wanted to do. To calm them, Julian gave a smirk. "Relax, you're with me now. You've got the ultimate protection, the power of the plot." They literally couldn't die. Young Alara argued he could just handle it all himself, but Julian told her she was missing the big picture. Sure, he could solo the whole world, but where's the fun in doing it alone? Suddenly, a beast tried to ambush him from the shadows, but it couldn't even get close to his skin. It hit his magical barrier and went boom. See, the stronger the hero, the more epic the supporting cast's story becomes. Poor Alara was still completely lost, having no idea what he was talking about. But the Duchess Beatrice, she got it. She just wanted to know if slaughtering these things was truly the only way to save the world. After all, she'd already ended her own husband, the rightful heir to the throne. Now, she felt like she could end anything that stood in her path, leaving the rest of the team a bit creeped out by her vibe. Without missing a beat, she turned on the first monster. To make this saga legendary, Julian was ready to push his limits. Step 1, build the ultimate squad, and Beatrice, her role was now officially set. Tapping into the darkness in her heart, she let loose a flurry of strikes, turning that massive beast into literal mincemeat. She felt a wild, twisted sense of freedom. On a man, that look would be called unhinged. She was a shadow dagger assassin. Lady Alara just stood there, wondering why this woman was so terrifying. Julian was thrilled. Their first team member was coming along perfectly. Beatrice, meanwhile, was feeling things she'd never felt before. While she was caught in her own head, a beast lunged from the dark. It snatched her up in its nasty tentacles. Total disaster. Barnaby panicked, and Alara knew they had to move, now. Sir Barnaby didn't hesitate to charge in, while Julian cheered him on, calling him the crust-crushing bread knight. And just like that, another legendary character arc was being born. With eyes blazing and the heart of a man easily swayed by a pretty face, he slammed into the monster with his massive, doughy armor. He hated that his power felt so trivial, but like it or not, he was now the official team mascot. Finally, he turned to Julian to lodge a serious protest. Barnaby begged for a cooler skill, but Beatrice actually thanked him, and the crust crusher tried to act suave. He swore he'd do anything for her. Now only one person was left, but Alara was still shaking in her boots, having no clue why she was even there. To keep things moving along, Arthur suggested Alara show off her new blessing, but she was shaking like a leaf. Pure terror. She wasn't having it. She reminded him he's basically a god who can rewind time, chosen by the heavens. He needs to fix this before the whole kingdom falls into ruin. Real people are suffering out there, Arthur. They're on the brink of death. Fun shouldn't even be on his radar. But Arthur, he just brushed her off. Fun is the whole point, Alara. And just like that, we're moving forward. One day, she'll finally get it. In this strange new world, having fun has become the only rule that actually matters. Suddenly, the air shifted. The vibe went stone cold. Arthur told her to look sharp because something nasty was closing in fast. His advice: take that monster down using the new magic she'd been gifted. She didn't have a clue what she was doing. She just squeezed her eyes shut and started swinging that staff like a madwoman. She used it like a heavy club, connecting with the beast like she was hitting a home run. Honestly, everyone watching was actually impressed. The result: that creature was turned into a pile of literal jelly. Alara was totally grossed out. So much for being a graceful lady knight, right? The spirit mascot noted her perfect stance, classic rounders player. Turns out, she played back in her home village. Arthur definitely didn't see her becoming that kind of character. Then he felt it, a heavy pressure right behind him. Time to stop playing around and get serious. This wasn't some stray monster. This power, this was something on a completely different level. A dark figure stepped out, actually praising our boy. He was shocked Arthur could interfere with his sorcery, and do it with his bare hands. That's when Arthur realized what was happening. This could only mean one thing. While the mysterious man is surprised to find anyone strong in this place, Arthur is absolutely vibrating with excitement. This is him, Lord Valerius, his favorite villain. Valerius didn't expect a kid to actually know who he was. Arthur geeks out immediately. He's a massive fan. He never thought the legend was real. Alara just looked on, totally confused about who this weirdo was. And here's where Arthur breaks the fourth wall again. He tells us to look up the chronicles of Asterisk, the Iron Path Asterisk. Valerius is the grand master of the dark arts there. A true villain, the absolute peak of evil. Valerius just told our boy he talks way too much. Then he asked if that massive explosion from the eastern border belonged to him. That's when Arthur remembered that little finger flick he did earlier. Yeah, the shockwave definitely went that way. Arthur admitted it was him. Valerius scoffed, saying humanity had stopped evolving and just grown weak. He was actually losing interest in this world. Too many boring, uninspired people. But today, everything was changing. It's like the very laws of the world are being rewritten. Monsters are spawning everywhere. To Valerius, this chaos was a golden opportunity to finally enjoy himself. He was ready to dive into the madness, when a blinding flash of energy raced toward him. This was nothing like the others. This energy was terrifyingly powerful, forcing him to throw up his strongest barrier. It hit him like a runaway freight train. Valerius survived, but just barely. Even with his shield, the entire landscape around him was completely erased. And it gets crazier. Looking back, he saw something impossible. The world was literally reversing time in an instant. Everything destroyed was coming back to life. He knew right then, this had to be the work of a supreme master. His instincts screamed at him to find the source. He crossed the great sea without a second thought. And that's how he found Arthur. Now we see the truth. The only reason our boy listened to his backstory was because he's a total sword-fighting fanboy. Whenever it was his best friend's romance arc, he'd skip that stuff as fast as possible. Honestly, I can't even judge. I'd do the same. Alara's still confused, asking how a duke from the Empire speaks their local tongue so well. Arthur just tells her to use some common sense. Stop looking for logic in a story like this. Now, Lord Valerius has finally found his unknown master and declares he's going to kill Arthur. He's hoping for an epic match, But Arthur is still just starstruck by his idol. Valerius is practically drooling at the thought of a deadly duel. The rest of the team, they just feel sorry for this poor guy. He has no idea what he's actually asking for. The Dark Master prepares his strike, lunging at Arthur with the shattering palm of the abyssal drake. It's a devastating move. The explosion alone leveled a massive chunk of the area. But Arthur, he dodged it like it was nothing. "Too slow," he said. Valerius's heart nearly stopped. He did not see that coming. Leo admits he's been dying to pull off that specific move for ages. Imagine sneaking up on a legendary knight just to mock him after dodging his best shot. Absolute disrespect. He awakened his gift, sure, but he's dying to know where 𝑀c𝒘𝒃 got his insane power, totally ignoring the fact that they're mid-duel. 𝑀c𝒘𝒃 just stands there, completely baffled by the kid's lack of focus. The Shadow Knight is officially over it. He's done with this petty squabble and just wants to get back to hunting the rift beasts ravaging Albion. As he turns his back on the group, he mutters that the whole encounter was just a massive waste of his time. The little mascot, Pip, chirps that he's just running away because his magic is trash, but 𝑀c𝒘𝒃 fires back that this place is doomed anyway. That's when Leo stops playing nice. He steps up, placing a firm, steady hand right on the knight's shoulder. He looks him in the eye and tells him he's crossing a line. Nobody disrespects these lands while he's around. Sensing a sudden, terrifying surge of power from Leo, 𝑀c𝒃𝒃 recoils instantly, tearing himself away. He's genuinely rattled. It makes no sense. How did a mere boy get that close without him sensing a thing? Convinced this kid is a threat that needs to be erased, 𝑀c𝒃𝒃 launches a killing blow with everything he's got. Leo just stands there, watching the lethal strike come at him like it's some cheap, low-budget festival firework. Shards of rock propelled by the blast are inches from his face, but our boy just reaches out and catches the biggest one with his bare hands. Then, boom, a massive explosion of dark energy erupts, completely swallowing the area in 𝑀c𝒃𝒃's shadow aura. Watching from the sidelines, the beautiful lady knights are practically trembling with worry for Leo's safety. That dark magic isn't just powerful, it's designed to literally erase the physical space around the target. But then Leo just walks out of the smoke looking refreshed, as if he just took a cold shower. 𝑀c𝒃𝒃 is absolutely speechless. Leo smiles and tells him that even though he's a pain, he's still undeniably cool. He's got to give him that. Our boy is totally fanboying now, asking the legendary warrior to join his party and travel the kingdom together. Talk about an awkward proposal. 𝑀c𝒃𝒃 is still trying to wrap his head around how his ultimate technique just failed. Fuming with rage, he screams that he's the greatest knight under the sun and he'd never lose to some random brat. That greatest knight claim, yeah, that actually struck a nerve with Leo. He gets a mischievous idea. Raising his hand, he starts focusing his mana, catching 𝑀c𝒃𝒃's eye immediately. Since a normal life is out of the question now, Leo decides it's time to use his unique transformation ability. A strange, familiar sensation washes over the man who looked like a mangled mercenary. And a thick green mist begins to swirl around 𝑀c𝒃𝒃. He tries to stay calm, thinking it's just some cheap illusion, but his gut tells him otherwise. Suddenly, the knight's voice shifts, and trust me, that's not the only thing that changed. It was a move so unexpected, it left everyone watching in a state of pure shock. The team is stunned as Leo announces that 𝑀c𝒃𝒃 isn't the greatest man under the sun anymore. He's now the most powerful woman in the world. The person formerly known as a legendary knight is beyond confused, while Leo's lady friends are definitely not happy about this new addition. The group's strongest warrior looks physically sickened by the stunt, leaving Leo scrambling to explain himself. He argues that changing a character's gender for a laugh is a classic move, even if it's a bit old school these days. When the lady knight starts a lecture on ethics, Leo cuts her off immediately. He tells her she's got a 3-sentence limit, but then the former knight, now a lady, starts begging to be changed back. Leo just responds with a sharp flick to the forehead. Shutting down any hope of resistance, he warns her that she's going to get punished if she keeps acting up. The rest of the party is horrified by this sudden education of their new female companion, while the mangled mercenary just wishes things would go back to normal. Leo, however, decides the team is finally complete. Now we've got 𝑬𝒗𝒊𝒂𝒕𝒆𝒅, the knight-turned lady, stuck in this form with absolutely no hope of a reversal. Leo ignores all the complaints and orders his new squad to start clearing out the nearby monsters. He's going to let them do the heavy lifting while he teleports away, claiming his role is much more critical. After all, he's got a world to save, even if he's leaving behind a bunch of people who don't even like each other. Meanwhile, the High Council of the Western Sovereignty is scrambling to figure out their next move. The Grand King is locked in a meeting with his top generals, trying to manage the chaos spreading across the continent. They're waiting for him to make a call, but the man at the top has only one thing on his mind: total scorched earth warfare. Attacking their own sovereign soil, that's the nightmare scenario. The Grand Duke of War looked sick to his stomach, but he couldn't find a single way to argue against the logic. Even if they unleashed every scrap of enchanted steel and black powder they had in the armory. From common crossbows and ballistae to the great long-range monocannons and alchemical firebolts. Their soaring griffin riders and toxic vapors were useless. As long as those void rifts stayed open, the number of rift beasts just wouldn't drop. That's when King Alaric, his face red with pure fury, realized they were backed into a corner with 0 moves left on the board. He cursed the heavens, wishing he could just shatter those rifts himself. And right then, our main man strolled into the throne room, claiming he had the fix. Honestly, since the world had already gone to hell, nobody was even surprised by a random intruder anymore. The king skipped the formalities, demanding to know who this brat was. The boy just grinned, introducing himself as the 17-year-old eccentric freak from the kingdom of Goryeo and the world's future savior. Silence, complete, heavy silence smothered that grand council chamber for what felt like an absolute eternity. The royal guard moved in a heartbeat, blades drawn, demanding to know how this stranger got past the gates. Our hero, he just calmly said he had a deal to offer. But the guards kept barking threats, ready to skewer him. Our boy just sighed. "Careful now," he warned. "Someone's gonna get hurt." The Grand Duke realized the kid had basically manifested out of thin air. He figured the boy was a rift beast in human skin and ordered his men to end him quickly. The king tried to call for a pause, but the air was already too thick with tension. One of the archers snapped and let a bolt fly. Then, a total barrage. They rained fire and steel on him until their quivers were almost dry. But the captain couldn't believe what was happening right in front of his face. It was like a scene out of an ancient legend from 1,000 years ago. Our boy had conjured a shimmering barrier that caught every projectile in midair. Honestly, he was loving it. Being this overpowered is pure dopamine for him. He let the arrows clatter to the stone floor and looked at the king. "You get the picture now, right?" If the king wanted to save his people, he had to put his faith in the kid. Now that he had everyone's undivided attention, he made his move. Launch the monobombards, every single one. The king hesitated. That's the final reckoning. You don't just trigger a kingdom-ending spell without a damn good reason. But our hero didn't have time for a long-winded negotiation phase. He tapped into his mind manipulation magic, reaching out to every soul in that room. Suddenly, these powerful men weren't leaders anymore. They were his puppets, totally subservient to his will. One of them reached for the enchanted signaling stone, resting on the council table. It was King Alaric himself who took the lead, relaying the arcane codes to the fortresses. The Neo-Doomsday Protocol was live. Every monobombard was to be launched immediately. The command ripped through the chain of command. The mages and knights responsible for the destruction were absolutely paralyzed with terror at what they were about to do. There was no other choice. These men had to follow the king's absolute word. Deep beneath the waves, the first seafaring citadel launched its payload. Deadly arcane missiles began carving paths through the sky. Nobody knew the true scale of their hidden arsenal, but our boy. He counted exactly 8,000 warheads screaming through the clouds at that very moment. He knew it'd be enough, especially once he summoned his next trick, the invisible hand. Massive, glowing spectral palms materialized in the sky. Then he pushed his magic even further. Replicating the spell thousands of times over, he sent his spectral hands surging toward every single missile mid-flight through the atmosphere. Each hand had one single command: catch the missile and make sure none of them escape his grip. One by one, the hands snatched the weapons out of the air. Then came the final order: throw these things straight into the portals. Instantly, the projectiles banked hard, rerouting their paths. Every single one was now aimed directly into the heart of a specific void rift. Our hero just watched, already tasting a victory that only a genius strategist like him could pull off. Over in the Empire of 𝑭𝒍𝒐𝒓, the High Lords were panicking. They saw Albion's launch and immediately assumed the worst, with the generals calling for a counterstrike. That's when our boy popped up right in their war room. "Relax," he told them. "No need to go starting another war." The 𝑭𝒍𝒐𝒓 guards didn't even bother asking who he was. They opened fire on the stranger instantly, forcing the boy to pull that legendary barrier trick again. The guards were petrified. This kind of power should be completely impossible for a human. Back at the U.S. Command Center, the mages noticed something incredible. The portals were literally vanishing from the horizon. Our main man reappeared with a smirk to let them know it was all his doing. He actually thanked the authorities for trusting him enough to let him use all those weapons. Talk about confidence. That's when the king realized the scale of what happened and started worrying about the fallout, until our boy explained the weapons exploded asterisk inside the rifts. 0 collateral damage. The room erupted in celebration for the 𝑭𝒍𝒐𝒓 hero, but as he prepared to leave, he reminded them they still had to deal with the straggler beasts already on the ground, then vanished just as quickly as he had appeared. Back in the protagonist's homeland, his team of knights was still out there, busy hunting down the remaining creatures. The moment he stepped into the stronghold, Cedric noted the battalion was holding strong. Only Silas, the shadowy rogue, gave him a proper welcome. Lady Alara, the vanguard, grumbled about nearly losing her head 10 times, while Lady Beatrice, well, she was still fuming. The Knight Commander, Barnaby, mentioned the magical detonation within the Great Rift, asking if Cedric was the cause. He didn't deny it. Cedric looked at his group. They were sharp, but missing a heavy shield, a true guardian to take the hits. Just as he was deep in thought, a massive pillar of emerald light erupted right behind him. It was blinding, a searing radiance that forced everyone to shield their eyes. One of the divine sovereigns had descended to inspect him, claiming his recent deeds had sent tremors through the very heavens. The arbiter of justice herself had come to the kingdom of Avaloria to pass sentence. And get this, the legend turned out to be a stunning warrior maiden. Not even Cedric's seasoned warriors were ready for the look of pure, divine sorrow on this mysterious woman's face. But seeing her massive blade and enchanted plate armor, Cedric smiled. He'd found his perfect frontline tank. The young squire, Felix, could feel the sheer weight of her presence. This woman was a living master of the blade. Cedric told her to stay put. He needed answers from the ancient archive, the magical system, because something felt off. He asked what the archive told those sovereigns. It reminded him that he'd literally shut the doors on those divine beings. That's when it clicked. Oh yeah, he actually did do that. He approached her, saying there'd been a massive mix-up. He wasn't being rude, just incredibly busy saving the kingdom from total collapse. The arbiter countered coldly. She said humanity hadn't paid enough blood, and it was all Cedric's fault they were failing. He stood there, completely stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked the hard question. Were the rift invasions and all those innocent deaths actually the work of the sovereigns? She didn't even blink. She confirmed it just like that, cold. Then came the lore dump. Every soul in the realm produces essence, which the sovereigns feast on to keep their divinity alive. They called this cosmic entropy. To them, this world was just a glorified mana farm. Smarter species produce better essence. So these Gods create brutal trials to force them to grow stronger. Some rise up, providing even more energy. The ones who fail, they're wiped out and recycled. Cedric had cleared the trial solo, which meant the rest of humanity stayed weak and undercooked for the Sovereign's feast. They wanted to watch him, but since he blocked their divine gaze, they started panicking. So, the arbiter volunteered to come down and judge him personally. Cedric found the whole thing absolutely insane. It made zero sense to him. He felt like he'd wasted his breath listening to it. It was like some strange alchemy theory thrown in out of nowhere. He turned to his chef, Big Grog, and asked him to summarize that whole mess in just 3 short lines. Here's the breakdown for everyone skipping the lore. The gods eat our souls. They stage wars to make us tastier. Cedric stopped the process. Now back to the action. Realizing these gods were basically cosmic parasites, Silas the rogue drew his daggers, refusing to forgive them. But Felix held him back. He knew they were outclassed. Jumping into this fight was suicide. Cedric was already moving, invoking the forbidden power of the eternal void itself. He shaped that dark energy into a blade. He looked her in the eye and made it clear he had no love for gods. He unleashed a world-shaking strike directly at her. It was way stronger than anything he'd done before. The arbiter raised her shield, confident she could take it. She swatted it away like a fly. Cedric froze. That strike was designed to erase existence itself, and she didn't even break a sweat. An attack meant to unmake reality, blocked like it was absolutely nothing. She looked at Cedric, the realm's champion, and told him straight up. He wasn't on her level. Cedric wasn't buying it. He activated his ultimate trump card, the Realm Breaker. The blinding light of the attack washed over her, but it didn't even ruffle her hair. Still can't see if she's hiding something behind those bangs. A massive beam of raw power shot through the clouds and into the stars, leaving a scar in the sky. But the woman, untouched. She actually complemented his strength this time. Cedric started sweating, trying to chain every ability he had left, while the arbiter just sighed. She looked completely let down by the whole situation. Our hero was all set to deliver a masterclass in swordplay, boasting about the epic showdown to come, but he didn't even realize his hand had already been sliced clean off. Lady Seraphina's blade was behind the strike, and trust me, she wasn't looking for a ransom or a parley. She was out for blood. The sheer weight of her power left the entire squad paralyzed with fear, while she commanded the boy to submit to her divine judgment. That pain, it was finally starting to feel very, very real. But he wasn't about to quit. Tapping into a forbidden chronomancy trick, he rewound his own timeline, watching in awe as his severed hand stitched itself back together as if nothing had happened. He was perfectly willing to keep looping time forever, until he found a way to bring this woman to her knees. Then the nightmare started. The entity standing before him just smiled, revealing she was completely immune to his time-bending shenanigans. Suddenly, our protagonist had to scramble to stop his own team's hidden trap from firing, because attacking this goddess now was basically a suicide mission. At this point, the boy is honestly wondering what the heavens, or the writer, are thinking, because there is absolutely zero way to win against a monster like her. Her patience was paper-thin. She loomed over him, demanding he stop the games and accept her cosmic judgment right then and there. That's when he stopped her, asking what the hell this was actually all about. She finally sheathed her steel and summoned a new relic, a shimmering, golden scale. The legendary scale of justice. She explained that the weight of a soul's values would be placed on this scale, judged by the cold, unyielding laws of the entire universe. Our boy looked bored out of his mind. He clearly hates long-winded lore dumps. Realizing he wasn't listening, the entity decided a practical demonstration was the only way to get through to him. It was time to weigh the benefit of his existence against the absolute danger he represented to the world. Both sides were set to be weighed. The only problem, our boy had zoned out again and had no idea which side of the scale was which. Didn't matter, the weights were set, the verdict was already in. The result was grim. His presence in this universe was a catastrophic threat. And when the scale speaks, Its decision is considered the absolute final truth. The entity declared she would have to suppress him immediately. For a heartbeat, the boy was speechless, until he broke into a dark, confident grin. He challenged her, saying if that scale could really judge any problem in the world, he'd like to see it solve a real human crisis for once. The goddess scoffed, claiming that from a cosmic view, human problems are just ants fighting over crumbs. Oh, and her name is Renee, though to mortals she is the constellation of justice. That title only made our protagonist more certain. He wasn't scared, he was intrigued by what this scale could actually do. Renee couldn't let a challenge like that slide. She narrowed her eyes and asked exactly what kind of values he thought were worth weighing. His team was starting to sweat, thinking he'd finally pushed his luck too far, but he just laughed them off. To him, this was just a high-stakes game. He couldn't resist a cosmic game of this or that. He knew exactly how to break this woman's brain with one question. Which is better, a +99 reinforced wooden club or a legendary story? The question was so absurd the entity just stood there, completely buffering. You could hear a pin drop. His own team looked like they wanted to vanish into the floor from pure embarrassment. Even the knight they called the human hamburger, the guy with the strongest stomach in the group, couldn't wrap his head around such an idiotic question. The constellation of justice was still trying to process the wooden stick bit when the boy hit her with another curveball. What's more fun? He pushed. The guy with the god-tier stick or the kingdom's most famous shadow-summoning necromancer? He was talking about the legendary tale of the Shadow King. When the girls in his party said they'd never heard of it, the boy was genuinely, deeply offended. Because honestly, he actually asked the Lady Knight to sell him her brain since she clearly wasn't using it. Then it hit him. He could just use his own magic to wipe his memories and read the stories all over again. Sir Cedric had to step in and beg the goddess to ignore him, explaining that the boy is just a shut-in obsessed with cheap fantasy scrolls. Renee snapped back, claiming her divine scale doesn't waste time on trivial human nonsense like fun or entertainment. Facing that wall of arrogance, our hero told her flat out, she doesn't understand a single thing about how this world actually works. There's nothing more important than fun, he declared. The tension shifted instantly. He was determined to drag this goddess down to his level and make her understand. He looked her in the eyes and asked her to confirm one thing, that her entire job is just maintaining the universal order. Renee nodded. That was her holy duty. She explained that even a tiny crack in reality could lead to a catastrophe no one could imagine. The boy smirked. He had her. So, by your own divine logic. I'm just a sacrifice you have to make to keep the peace, right? Renee tried to play it down, but the boy saw the truth. She was perfectly fine with small sacrifices for her greater good. From her cosmic throne, it all seemed so simple. But he called her out, stating that her universal order is a completely biased pile of trash. To a god, it's just a calculation, but to a human, it's the ultimate cold-blooded injustice. Renee was stunned. She was being backed into a corner by the arguments of a madman who claimed his own life was more important than the entire universe. Fine, he challenged. Let the scale decide. Is my forced sacrifice for your order truly just, or is it the greatest crime in history? They had to weigh these truths on the scales of justice. The lady did as Arthur asked, and the plate stayed perfectly level, until one side suddenly plummeted. Ilara looked on, her worry growing by the second. She had no clue what was happening, but Arthur just gave her a look, the result, totally obvious. Still gripping the scales, the Lady of Justice just stood there, completely silent. And that's when our guy asks, are you still going to lock up someone you've labeled a danger to the world? She's the literal embodiment of justice, so she has to admit it. Arthur was right. This whole situation was a mess. Seeing the goddess stand down, Silas the assassin chuckled. Our boy is sharp, isn't he? The night girls were still lost, so Arthur laid it out for them. Justice. It's all about perspective. The lady seemed deep in thought, so Arthur decided to push his luck with a little suggestion. If she was so worried about what he'd do, why not just stay, keep a close eye on him? He never wanted this chaos, and honestly, he was pissed those high-end mighty beings attacked people instead of helping. Lady Justice actually listened. She admitted it was a pretty rational move. She promised right then to stay by his side, watching everything, while the enemy scout watched a cosmic being get played. But Arthur had one last thing. What did those other gods do to Albion by ripping those portals open? She went quiet. It was like she already knew how bad the answer was. After all that talk, the scales verdict was exactly what he wanted. Arthur couldn't help but smirk. Lady Justice looked heavy-hearted, letting out a deep sigh that actually made our hero a bit nervous. And then, just like that, she shot up into the clouds like she had some serious business to settle. Fast, you have no idea. Hovering high above the kingdom, she tapped into her massive power and started a total purge of the land. Beastly creatures were still everywhere, turning the world into a living nightmare. It didn't take long. Her light hit them, and people who'd given up hope were suddenly seeing a miracle. Those terrifying monsters, being eaten alive by mysterious energy. This wasn't just a local thing, it was hitting the whole world. Every single creature that didn't belong in this realm was getting erased from existence. All of it just her. Lady Justice was literally scrubbing the world clean with her holy power. The sky was glowing with this intense, blinding light, the kind that makes you feel like there's a chance. Down below, the hidden scout noticed something huge. The dark energy across the land had just vanished. When the goddess finally landed, Arthur gave her some credit. Having a cosmic power on your side is no joke. She felt a little played, but Arthur just brushed it off. Besides, protecting the realm just got way easier. Plus, look at the bonus. Arthur just landed the most powerful companion in history. And her beauty, no joke, every single person on the team was just staring. Since the fight was over, she ditched her armor, causing a total stir. Her reason? She wasn't in combat anymore. Arthur couldn't even look at her without blushing, so he pulled a transformation move. He dressed her in classic local noble attire, and man, she was absolutely stunning. She didn't get why she had to wear useless clothes, and started stripping them off. Arthur was losing his mind. He had to practically beg her to stay dressed. For a spirit of justice, human modesty makes zero sense. Even the system, Arthur's magical interface, popped up because something important was going down. The other High Lords were fuming, convinced he'd tricked Lady Justice into joining him. That just set Arthur off. If these entities think they can use humanity as playthings, he's going to crush them all. Before he could start his revenge tour, the system told him the master of the spire wanted a face-to-face. Lady Justice mentioned that many believe the master is to blame for giving Arthur such unjust power. The system confirmed it. Time to head to the realm of eternal night. Arthur agreed, ready to speak his mind, but the system didn't wait. It started the transport immediately. Talk about bad timing. Arthur wasn't even ready to go yet. He just built this whole team, and now he had to face the big boss all by himself. Total buzzkill. Julian didn't want any part of this mess. Barnaby just wanted to go home, and Silas was completely lost. That's when Alaric dropped the bombshell. The system was moving them all right now, quietly. He hissed at the interface to move faster, confirming the transfer while Alara watched with pure dread in her eyes. Then, a massive pillar of light slammed down from the heavens, swallowing the whole group. Boom! In a heartbeat, the street was empty. For the mortals, the transition was like a brutal punch to the gut. But the celestial arbiter, she just drifted through the void like it was nothing until the world stopped spinning. They demade it. A new world, a twisted dimension where the sky was choked with dozens of glowing moons. The crew was doubled over, throwing up and totally disoriented. Looking around, Alaric realized where they were. This was it, the final floor of the spire. Suddenly, a booming voice welcomed the celestial arbiter to the peak. Apparently, having her here was a huge honor. Then, a shadowy figure stepped out. Lord Malachar, the master of the spire. He looked thrilled to see the goddess in his domain. But his mood shifted fast when he looked at the rest of them. He couldn't stand trash polluting his sacred hall, his body twisting into a monstrous abomination right before their eyes. He unleashed his full power, swearing to wipe the humans out. 𝒉 froze in terror, while Barnaby made one last request. He just wanted one last sandwich before the end. Alaric, though, he was just smiling. Finally, they arrived. This was it, their first real boss fight as a full squad. 𝒉𝒂𝒃 loomed over them like a mountain of death. Alaric didn't blink, he just watched. He wasn't scared, he was excited. The girls, however, they were absolutely terrified. They thought they were dead meat, until Alaric tried to pull everyone back together. Stick together and we win. But then 𝒉𝒂𝒃 snatched him up. How dare a bug enter the peak without climbing? Alaric really didn't appreciate being grabbed like that. He'd already been thrashed by the goddess earlier and wasn't in the mood for round 2. Too late. 𝒉𝒂𝒃 slammed him into the stone. The master snarled that he was done with the insults. It was time for a reality check. He called the boy arrogant, sly, and stubborn, a vulgar brat. Alaric's whole body was screaming in pain. But the real torture, having to listen to this guy's monologue, then 𝒉𝒂𝒃 dropped the biggest label. Selfish. He roared it, smashing Alaric down with a fist the size of a boulder. The sheer force was insane. Our boy actually screamed out in pure agony. 𝒉𝒂𝒃 promised to make him feel every ounce of pain he skipped by bypassing the lower floors. Payback time. The rest of the team could only watch, paralyzed with worry. Holding the broken boy, the master turned to the others. "Sorry," he said, "but you all have to die too." But then, a voice cut through the air. "Only one person is dying here, and it's you." Out of the shadows lunged Julian. He caught the master off guard, landing a massive punch right to his face. It did nothing. The monster just sighed. "Yeah, this really isn't fair, is it?" He snapped his fingers, trapping Julian in a cage of agonizing magic. The scream was haunting. He mocked their grit. Tough for mortals, he admitted. But in the end, he blamed Alaric for their deaths. With 2 of them caged, 𝒉𝒂𝒃 turned back to the celestial arbiter and apologized. He didn't want her seeing his ugly side, but she stood her ground. "Is this how you treat a hero who followed the rules?" The spire master just bowed. He was just a servant to the higher powers after all. And since he served the god of fury, he was just doing his job. Alaric realized then, some god out there really hated his guts. With that excuse, the celestial arbiter actually backed off. Plausible enough for her. Everyone else, they were thinking the exact same thing at that moment. "We're dead. It's over." Until a voice said, "No, it's not." Alaric was done being a punching bag. His body erupted in a brilliant, flickering blue light. The master froze. Shock, pure disbelief. How could an inferior being break his divine authority? Arthur remembered the insults. Ignorant, arrogant, a low-born fool. Well, in stories like ours, when a hero takes a hit, the payback is always twice as heavy. But before the real show started, he made sure his friend was out of harm's way. Lady 𝒉𝒂𝒃 was lost, totally dazed. Arthur leaned in, telling her to never forget that cold chill of death she just felt. Why? Because if you feel like you're dying, it means you're still fighting. Especially if you can see the crimson sigil glowing in the air. Watching all that raw confidence, the Saint of Avalon was actually starting to get impressed. A mere mortal standing his ground against the archmage of the obsidian spire. Absolutely unheard of. The beast admitted he'd underestimated our boy, but scoffed. He claimed Arthur's knights were already as good as dead. Seeing the archmage target his allies instead of him, Arthur just blocked the blow and called him a pathetic coward. Now the creature is shaking. He can't wrap his head around how a human grew thousands of times stronger in the blink of an eye. It's finally time for our hero to truly shine. He was born for this moment. Looking the beast in the eye, he dropped the bombshell. He was barely using 1/1,000,000th of his true strength. And don't forget, he actually had to nerf himself before just to keep from accidentally deleting the whole realm. This guy is a total madman. He'd gotten so drunk on his own power back then that he'd done some pretty reckless things. That's why he locked his true potential away. But here, in this void between kingdoms, There are no rules left to break. Barnaby, the poor meathead squire, is watching all this in pure terror. Arthur knows the enemy is too dangerous for his team to even step in. Tapping into one of his infinite skills, he shredded the archmage like he was made of wet parchment. As the agony ripped through the entity, it screamed, "This shouldn't even be possible." Arthur just looked down. "Your stubbornness ends right here, right now." The archmage turned to the Saint of Avalon, begging for help, claiming the boy's power was stolen from the source. But before he could even finish the sentence, Arthur, the one we thought was reckless, slapped him down again. "Look, if you're a million-year-old god, you really should be cleaning up your own messes without crying for help." While Arthur's reflecting on his own words, the archmage is screaming in pure agony. He's lost a hand and is panicking, shouting that if he dies, the entire dimension will collapse into a chaotic nightmare. He claimed the cosmic order itself was at stake, and yeah, that actually made the saint pause for a second. But did Arthur care? Nope. He sliced the archmage clean in half, unleashing a divine level of pain that rattled the stars. The creature's final words were a curse. "You'll regret this," but Arthur didn't even blink. Finally, what was left of the beast turned to ash and blew away. The saint realized she hadn't even seen the killing blow move. Let that sink in. A human just deleted a cosmic entity from existence. Arthur turned back to his knights, apologizing for the scare. Everyone's exhausted. They just want to go home to Albion and be human again. But mid-conversation, he noticed a change in the air. He realized he'd said something way too arrogant when he landed that final strike, and honestly, that cringe is going to haunt him forever. His team was just disappointed in him until the system's screen flared to life again. By killing the archmage, his ascension had officially begun. He's now reached the first gate of the gods. He figured this must be some kind of war buff, and immediately started wondering just how many stages he could climb. That's when the saint asked if he had any idea what he'd done. He's now officially public enemy #1 for every constellation in the sky. Arthur just shrugged. What choice did I have? It was win today or die today. He asked the saint if she really wanted him dead, then claimed he'd already secured a pretty powerful ally. The lady shot back that she never agreed to that, but Arthur was already thinking about the archmage's last secrets. He asked for a portal to the Duke of Fury, and the saint nearly choked. "Are you actually planning to fight him next?" It's pure madness, but Arthur said he'd try to use diplomacy first, which the saint liked, even if his friends thought he was being a complete idiot. Barnaby took the chance to hype up his master, suggesting they just head back to the castle and party until the sun stops rising. But before anyone could answer, a massive golden magic circle erupted underneath their feet. The whole crew was being dragged into a different realm entirely. The warp was brutal as usual, but Arthur didn't feel a thing at full power. They'd finally arrived at the doorstep of the Duke of Fury. Leo was totally lost. Next to him, Lady Justina, the spirit of justice, started explaining the mess they were in. They were standing in the heart of Lord Vayne's domain, the avatar of eternal wrath. It was like being inside a forge. The heat was brutal, so intense the cheese in Leo's traveling meat pie was completely liquid. Sir Kale, the knight, couldn't figure out why Leo kept dragging them into these absolute death traps. Leo claimed having friends made him stronger, but coming from such a self-centered guy. Hard to believe. Ilera, the dagger assassin, however, she was totally defenseless against words like that. She believed every single syllable. That's when a chilling, sinister laugh began to echo through the burning cavern. Sensing the kill, Justina gripped her holy sword and raised her shield, ready for a lethal encounter. Lord Vayne finally showed his face, demanding to know why she brought vermin into his lair. Then, boom, an explosion of pure force leveled the area. The avatar of wrath looked like a battle-hardened knight in heavy crimson plate armor. He charged Justina, calling her a fool. For the first time, she had to block a strike that felt like a mountain falling. This guy's power was unreal. He casually mentioned how long it had been since they last met, then got absolutely rocked by a punch to the face. Yep, that was our boy Leo. He wasn't about to let anyone lay a finger on his crew. The scale of this fight was just insane. The rest of the team stood there in total shock, barely believing their eyes. Justina yelled, "Did you forget we were supposed to solve this through dialogue?" But let's be honest, Leo was just waiting for the first excuse to start swinging. He grabbed the entity and launched him like a projectile, slamming him through a solid stone wall. With his power at its peak, Leo didn't think these legendary beings were much of a challenge anymore. A panicked Justina asked what he'd just done. Leo's take, he was just saving the woman. Here's the problem, Vane can't control his impulses. He uses violence to resolve everything. Back in the day, his realm was a paradise, breathtakingly beautiful, but the man was a slave to his own temper. By the time he found that world, it was far too late, and the realization only made him more furious. His rage literally stained the world. That once lush oasis was turned into a burning hellscape by his sheer fury. After destroying everything, he just got angrier at himself. He knew this was just how he always behaved. Seeing right through him, Leo just called him exactly what he was, a total pathetic idiot. That did it. Vane went nuclear. An insect had dared to touch him. The power in his hands was so intense the rocks beneath him actually started to melt. Justina realized it then. They were in massive trouble. The dimension of fire was fused with the man. If his fury exploded, the whole volcano would blow, and that lava was made of pure, molten death. Even Leo realized this could be fatal. He locked in. His plan: use an absolute zero skill to flash freeze the avatar of wrath where he stood. It didn't work at all. Vane shattered the ice like it was nothing. Justina warned them, Vane is the embodiment of rage. You can't just stop him. But the only thing Leo wanted to stop was her long-winded explanation. Back to the fight, Leo stepped in and caught Vane's strike with a single hand. This guy was on a whole different level, way beyond the Lord of the Tower. Vane admitted he actually liked the cold. He'd never felt anything like it before. Naturally, that made him even more furious. Leo wasn't following the crazy talk, so he used empathy. He forced a mental link, and slowly, the madman felt his mind shifting. Justina screamed it was too risky, but Leo was already syncing their emotions to calm him down. Vane froze. No one had ever managed to get inside his head before. It felt good, but it also made his spirit even more unstable. Justina was sure the fury would consume Leo, but the skill had a different effect. Vane looked like a dazed zombie. Leo actually apologized for blocking his messages and giving him the cold shoulder. He even apologized for the punch. He asked if they could finally just talk things through. The answer: a flaming fist to the face. Vane growled that this failure just wouldn't shut up. Leo defended himself, but he was genuinely offended. Being called a failure, that really hit a nerve. Lord Malice hoisted Alistair up by the throat, sneering that his soul force was pathetic, hardly even a flicker. The kingdom of Albion was supposed to burn to the ground, but this lone knight had single-handedly derailed the entire apocalypse. That's when Lady Justina cut in, demanding the truth. Were these abyssal gates really just tools for genocide? The Lord of Fury gave a chilling nod. Honestly, Alistair was over it. The endless monologuing was starting to grate on his nerves way more than the actual fighting. Then boom, first stage of Ascension reached. He didn't wait, lunging forward with a blast of pure energy that caught the arrogant lord completely off guard. It was a literal realm-shattering strike. It hit like a freight train. Divine hierarchies, celestial laws. None of that mattered to Alistair. He wasn't playing by their rules anymore. He was writing his own legend as the realm's ultimate savior. Lord Malice, the god who couldn't keep his cool, was sent flying, tumbling through the cold, empty void of the celestial plane. The god couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a human insect wield enough raw power to challenge a 10-star celestial guardian? Our boy noticed his reflection in the floating debris. His hair and eyes were glowing with a strange, new light. The first stage was finally taking hold. But the fight wasn't over. The Lord of Fury came screaming back through the void, locked onto Alistair like a heat-seeking missile. He was seeing red, absolutely desperate to tear our hero limb from limb right then and there. Alistair, he was just annoyed. Seriously, the guy's dramatic shouting was starting to feel like a bad case of overacting. Enough was enough. He met the incoming god head-on, shutting down the attack with a heavy blow of his own. Malice had to scramble just to protect himself. He poured every ounce of his divine wrath into that charge, and it hadn't even left a scratch. Our boy just looked bored. He stepped forward, ready to keep the pressure on until the job was done. The real kicker, it was the sheer drama of it all that pissed him off. Time to put this god out of his misery. One final punch. Alistair told him straight. Fighting should be fun, you know. And just like that, the great Lord of Fury was down for the count. Lady Justina watched the whole thing from the wings, completely stunned. Her jaw hit the floor. A mortal knight had just dismantled a celestial powerhouse like it was absolutely nothing. This changed everything. The entire balance of the heavens was crumbling. But then Malice started to laugh, like really laugh. He stood back up, looking strangely refreshed. He admitted it had been a blast and actually wished our hero had shown up years ago. Great, phase 2. That creepy villain chuckle is always a bad sign, and sure enough, Malice dropped the bombshell. Alistair's friends were already as good as dead. The words hit like a gut punch. Alistair looked back toward the kingdom, heart sinking as he realized the magical heat was rising. The trap was about to spring. He prayed Justina could intervene. She warned him that as Malice's fury grew, the hellfire consuming the kingdom would only get hotter. Seeing them hesitate, the Herald of Wrath sneered. "Don't stress the small stuff," he teased. "Those insects will be dust soon anyway." That was the final straw. Alistair's own anger flared, but the Celestial just smirked, convinced that humanity's extinction was already written in stone. The wheels were already turning. The plague of rage was sweeping across the English countryside at lightning speed. For the first time, Alistair felt a chill of real fear. The Herald just kept gloating, claiming every soul in the realm was already tainted by the madness. By now, they were likely tearing each other apart in the streets, fueled by a mindless, magical frenzy. While Justina rushed to save who she could, it was finally Alistair's turn to lose his cool. He was absolutely fuming, protagonist rage mode activated. The clash between them turned into a blur of pure violence, escalating with every single heartbeat. Justina shouted that the magical volcano was about to blow. She didn't wait for an answer, prepping a teleportation spell to get them out of there. Alistair was mid-swing when the spell caught him, dragging him away just as his fist was about to cave the Herald's face in. They vanished from that hellish dimension just in time, because a heartbeat later. Total annihilation. The dimension erupted, but the team was already spiraling back to Earth. Alistair couldn't shake that horrible threat, though. They had to save the realm. Meanwhile, Lady Justina remained dead silent, her mind racing. She'd been lied to. Those abyssal gates weren't trials, they were execution chambers, and there was absolutely zero justice in that. A bright flash lit up the sky as the party finally touched down on solid ground, safe, for now. Alistair immediately started patching up the squad, checking to make sure everyone was still in one piece. "I'm sorry," he muttered, blaming himself for the mess. He was so focused on his friends that he didn't even hear the footsteps behind him. He spun around just in time to see a person, totally possessed by rage, lunging at his throat like a wild animal. He barely dodged the bite. Hell, the Herald wasn't lying at all. The common folk had been turned into mindless monsters by the curse of fury. Thousands were infected, marking the start of the Lord's first twisted trial. A nightmare had arrived in the kingdom. The rage plague had begun, and with it, the very soul of humanity started to wither away. The ancient scholars used to say being human meant more than just breathing. It meant exploring the very essence of why we exist. Biologically, we're just high-functioning mammals, gifted with wit, speech, and the power to craft symbols out of thin air. We build grand kingdoms, intricate noble houses, and sprawling social webs that define our world. But what happens when the mind rots? When culture collapses? Can you even call them human at that point? They're called the blighted, creatures of pure instinct, born from a viral rage that swept through the realm like wildfire. This bizarre lecture came from, wait for it, Sir Burger, checking if everyone actually understood the horror unfolding. The girls were lost in shock, but Lady Alina, our warrior, was in real trouble, surrounded by a swarm of the infected. Enter our hero. No way he's letting a loyal companion fall to that disgusting plague, not on his watch. Channeling raw lightning through his blade, he struck out at the monsters with thunderous force. The surge of high-voltage magic hit their infected nerves, dealing a special kind of agony to their twisted bodies. After clearing the path, our boy actually felt a rush. He struck a pose and asked, "You okay, m'lady?" But Alina was in tears. She looked at him, heartbreaking, and asked if their lives were just some twisted joke to him. She stormed toward him, furious, but the boy just sighed. "Here we go again," he muttered, totally missing the vibe. Smack, a well-deserved slap landed right on his cheek. He stood there, stunned, completely clueless as to why. She screamed, asking if he'd lost his mind. Every adventure he led them on had nearly ended in their deaths. He just shrugged. "But I saved you, didn't I, every single time?" Talk about missing the point. "We shouldn't even be here," she cried. She recalled the suffocating heat of battle, screaming because she just wasn't ready to die. The thought of dying without seeing her family, one last time, was tearing her apart inside. She told him he had no idea what real terror felt like, and she refused to go through that hell again. All for his idea of fun. To her, they were just props for his grand show since he does everything alone anyway. "Do you even know what a comrade is?" she asked, her voice trembling with pure resentment. "All he does is crush anyone in his way. To her, that's not fun, it's a goddamn nightmare." Our hero's response, "That's just how the plot goes." Alina just stared. "That makes zero sense." "If it's a plague, then there has to be a cure," she insisted, her hope clashing with his cold logic. She started begging him to save the infected instead of killing them. Honestly, I didn't quite get her logic either. One minute she's mad about the danger, the next she wants to save the monsters. But our boy had a comeback. "You really think I killed them?" he asked. "Look, there's been a massive misunderstanding here, Alina." He hadn't ended them. He just used his lightning to paralyze their nervous systems. They were all still breathing. He agreed there must be a cure. He hated the cliché hero trope anyway, the ones who just burn everything down. But every time he starts talking about tropes and narratives, his team just gives him the blank stare. They don't get the fourth wall talk. To them, he's just acting crazy. "Relax," he said, "I won't go overboard." But before he could finish, Alina screamed a warning. An infected was closing in. Crunch, too late. The creature sank its teeth into his shoulder. The invincible hero was actually screaming in agony. Suddenly, his magic flared into emergency mode, reacting to the direct threat on his life. Arcane chains shot out like a web, pinning the monster down. Our boy breathed out, realizing just how risky that was. Alina panicked, thinking the infection would take him, but he just waved it off. "It's nothing, really." "I've got an ability called exalted mending," he boasted. "No need to worry about a little nibble." Except it wasn't working. The skin was darkening. Panicked, he tried a high-tier divine blessing instead. Still nothing. The wound wouldn't close. Then the voice of justice whispered. There was only one path left. This wasn't a normal plague, it was celestial magic. "Cut off his head," Justice ordered, "before he turns." Fear spiked in his chest for a second, and then, pure, unadulterated rage took over. Fighting the rot in his veins, he signaled to his divine patron. "Don't you dare strike, not yet." He gripped his sword, desperate. "I'm the main character," he hissed. "This has to make sense, it has to." He convinced himself the author was just throwing a curveball because he was too overpowered. A classic plot twist. As the crushing weight of the truth finally settled in, Sir Alistair simply snapped. The madness took hold. His blood-curdling roar of fury tore through the cobblestone streets, chilling the marrow of everyone who heard it. Lady Gwendolen, trapped by her own oath and a hidden snare, watched in mounting regret as her chance to strike slipped away. She has to be restored, someday, and that's exactly why our knight has to keep breathing at any cost. Master Benedict, the stout squire, nodded fervently in agreement, even as he worried the blighted horde was finally pushing them to the brink. Gwendolen called for the path to be cleared. Her blade was thirsting for steel, and she needed room to swing. In that heartbeat, Thorn, the nimble rogue, smirked and asked if that was a challenge, but Dame Alara cut him off. No time for games, not today. They had to find sanctuary before the darkness swallowed them whole. Benedict had no clue how to navigate the panicked crowds, but Alara just drew her sword. It'd be fine. She looked to Gwendolen, the saintess of the high heavens. Could her divine grace lead them to a hidden refuge? There had to be one bastion left standing in this cursed kingdom. The plague had consumed the peasantry across the realm, but the old scalaments on the city's edge stood silent and gray, abandoned. They dragged Alistair toward the iron gates. Thorn watched him closely. The boy was drowning in a shadow frenzy, his eyes glowing with a dark, unnatural light. Thorn thought he could fix it. A little alchemical needlework, perhaps, a precise strike to the meridians to bleed out the corruption. He drove the silver pins into Alistair's flesh without a second thought. The reaction? Instant. Alistair coughed up a terrifying amount of black, cursed blood. Master Benedict groaned. Not only was it disgusting, but it clearly hadn't worked. Brilliant plan, Thorn. Gwendolen warned that celestial corruption isn't so easily tamed. But then Alistair gasped. The fire in his skull had died down. He felt amazing. Gwendolen stood there, stunned into silence. Thorn immediately started gloating, even though Alistair's sanity was only hanging by a thread. The rage was already bubbling back up, dark and hungry. And nothing irritates a knight like being trussed up like a holiday goose, unable to draw his own steel or use his gifts. He shut his eyes, searching for a pattern in this twisted tragedy, trying to guess the architect's design. Then, boom, clarity, he saw the path forward. He looked at his companions with terrifying certainty. "I've solved the riddle of this trial," he whispered. "And the answer is simple. In the next act, I must die. Brace yourselves, because we're diving into Chapter 11 now. Let's see if our hero actually bites the dust." Across the burning city, the common folk were fighting for their lives against the infected. One girl was screaming in sheer desperation. Her band of survivors had sworn to stay together, but one had to stay behind. A wounded soldier revealed the blight had already taken him. He'd make the ultimate sacrifice. He apologized for his recklessness, gave a final salute, and told them to run. For the kingdom. The galley pulled away from the docks, leaving him to the shadows. A heartbreaking scene, and Alistair was watching the whole thing through a magical scrying orb. The latest episode of the Chronicles ended right there. Alistair sighed. Predictable sacrifice. Sure, but man, it still hit him right in the feels. He decided then and there, this tale deserved 5 stars. Top-tier storytelling. He left a glowing review on the parchment. Just like you should leave a like on this video. That kind of honor, you don't learn that in a knight's academy. Stories that carry the scribe's soul are worth more than 1,000 boring lectures from a dusty meister. Alistair slurped his bowl of thin broth, dwelling on those words. Then reality hit. He was back in his chains, ready to sacrifice himself before the beast within took over. Dame Alara tilted her head in confusion. Gwendolen just stared. The whole noble sacrifice thing wasn't exactly clicking for them. Alistair groaned, frustrated. "It's the hero's destiny," he insisted. "This is how the legends are written." The dagger mistress, Thorn, just blinked. "Sacrifice for what exactly? We're literal legends, Alistair. We can handle a few ghouls without you dying for no reason." Silence, pure awkward silence. He fumbled for an answer. Alara rolled her eyes, realizing he was just being dramatic again. "We aren't damsels, boy. We'll get through this without your tragic exit." That's when it hit him. This wasn't a tragic growth arc. His team was so terrifyingly strong that the blighted were actually the ones running away from them. With the whole kingdom turned into monsters, the thrill of finding survivors was basically gone. It was just them. They all agreed on one thing, though: no killing the townsfolk. They were still people, cursed or not. So, looking at the situation, he needed to figure out his role before the madness returned. But then, a terrifying, low rumble echoed through the room. It was just Thorn's stomach. The sprightly thief shrugged. They hadn't seen a scrap of bread all day. Alara admitted she was famished, too. The tension was thick, and suddenly everyone's eyes locked onto Master Benedict, who was still looking quite plump and delicious. Benedict paled, trembling like a leaf. "Please, my lords, don't look at me like that." Thorn joked that an emergency squire should be willing to serve the greater good. Benedict scrambled for his life, pointing toward the door and shouting for them to follow. Just outside the chamber, Thorn realized the portly squire wasn't lying. Sacks of salted beef and dried fruit were scattered across the stone floor, enough to feed a small army. Turns out, the feast was just waiting for them. It was all Alaric's doing, and Dame Brienne was dying to know how to actually eat the rations. After being shown how to break the strange seals on the packaging, her jaw dropped. She couldn't believe there was a literal mountain of food tucked away in that corridor. Caspian, the shadowy rogue, watched on with a heavy dose of concern. Selene then turned to Barnaby, our hapless friend who looked suspiciously like a snack, and asked if she could eat his companions, which deeply offended the poor guy since, believe it or not, he was actually a person. So, ignoring the literal apocalypse tearing the realm apart, the group decided to just sit down and have a feast. Since Caspian hailed from another world and Selene was still stuck in the mindset of a Far Eastern village, this was their very first time tasting a traveler's sandwich. One bite of those blended flavors, and they were completely under a spell. While the rest of them stuffed their faces, Lady Alara was checking in on Alaric to see if he was still holding it together, and the poor boy actually thanked her for keeping him chained to that heavy iron chair. Alara shook her head, full of guilt. She regretted dragging him into that nightmare dimension, knowing he'd now be haunted by a supernatural rage until the day he drew his last breath. Shaking from the agony tearing through his veins, Alaric asked what he was supposed to do. That's when Alara vowed that she wouldn't just stand by and let him rot like that. She was done. The way the Star Lords were making humans suffer was pure evil, and she was determined to set things right, no matter the cost. Hearing her resolve gave Alaric a tiny spark of hope. Alara just whispered for him to hang on for a little while longer. There had to be a way out, and they weren't alone in this. Right then, the other girls skipped back into the room, looking incredibly cheered up after their meal. Alaric and Alara could only blink, feeling completely out of sync with the sudden good vibes. And that was the breaking point. Seeing his friends looking so satisfied, while he was in hell, sent Alaric into a total tailspin of fury. He snapped. Control was gone. Alara threw everything she had into keeping him pinned to that chair, but it was like trying to restrain a hurricane. It was completely useless. Selene realized she had to get back to her true form. Ever since her transformation, her mystical abilities had been totally out of whack. Controlling her internal mana was a nightmare, but as she began to tap into her core power, she sensed something off. A spark of energy, and it was close, very close. It was someone who hadn't been consumed by the blood rage yet, which, honestly, totally insane given the state of the kingdom right now. Lady Alara called impossible. The plague had hit every living thing, and her nightly senses were never wrong. But Selene wasn't backing down for a second. She had absolute faith in her own magic. She could pinpoint the exact location of this mystery survivor, telling Alara that if she just shut up and listened, she could hear the person's steady breathing. Alara took a breath, focused, and holy hell, she found it. A perfectly normal, uninfected human presence. Caspian immediately asked if there were other survivors, but Brienne had to remind him that the infected were still technically alive, too, just not themselves. Alara could feel the person getting closer by the second, and she just couldn't wrap her head around it. Caspian wasn't waiting around. No time for hesitation, he snapped. That person was likely in serious danger. Right then, Alaric lost it again, letting out a scream that shook the very foundations of the room. Alara gasped. That power was starting to rival the Star Lords themselves. They had to move, and fast. If Alaric went full deviant, he wouldn't just kill them, he'd level the entire world. Alara decided to stay behind, to keep the boy restrained as best she could, leaving the rest of the team to handle the mission on their own. Selene didn't waste a heartbeat, leaping out the window and heading toward the survivor while clutching Barnaby under her arm. Caspian and Brienne watched them go, still feeling uneasy. The dame wasn't exactly thrilled about rushing into a situation without even a hint of a plan. But then she saw it. Selene wasn't just falling, she was walking through the sky as if the air itself was a solid staircase. Barnaby had no clue why he was being dragged along for the ride, but Selene just told him he was the only one who knew his way around this world. Plus, he was easy to carry. Those words actually hit Barnaby right in the feels. For the first time, he felt like he actually mattered. They hit the ground running as they finally reached the target location. Selene could feel a weirdly peaceful energy coming from inside the building, which left Barnaby totally baffled. But the clock was ticking. The infected were closing in fast. Barnaby's only thought was whether this peaceful person would even be crazy enough to open the door. After all, the world as they knew it was dead and buried. Before he could even finish his thought, Selene moved. She tore through the infected like they were made of paper and smashed through the apartment window with zero chill. Just like that, they were in. Barnaby stood there, stunned. He didn't even know breaking and entering was on the table. The place looked like a ghost town, and Barnaby doubted anyone was actually there until Selene pointed at a closed door. She could hear them, calm, steady. She gave the handle a gentle push, and they both walked right into the most bizarre scene imaginable. Barnaby's heart started racing. He didn't know what to think, but it was obvious. This was the lair of someone obsessed with the great chronicles and webtoons. If you looked at the walls, you could see tributes to some of the most famous legends of the era. Selene stared at all the strange talismans and artifacts. Barnaby tried to explain that they weren't magical runes, but honestly, they were just as weird. Beneath those velvet sheets lurked the target they'd been hunting, energy already swirling dangerously in the palm of her hand. The shadow rogue was ready to strike, but the talking familiar barked a warning to wait, just as the girl beneath the covers sat bolt upright. Turns out she'd only just woken up, and honestly, the poor familiar stood zero chance against a beauty like her appearing out of thin air. He was totally smitten. It was so pathetic that the rogue didn't even hesitate. She just shoved him straight into the dirt. Meanwhile, our newcomer was staring. A talking magical creature and a master of the blade. Absolute madness. "This only happens in those old bards' tales," she muttered. Her reaction was so bizarre it left both the familiar and the rogue completely floored. This girl was a dead ringer for the corrupted one. Then she just casually adds, "This feels exactly like living in an enchanted scroll." She just finished a chapter where the hero was supposed to be dead, but nope, our protagonist was still breathing. Pure disappointment. The rogue asked the familiar if everyone in this kingdom was this delusional, while the girl just assumed she was dreaming. Staring at the warrior and the talking familiar introducing itself as Alara, she just blinked in total confusion. The familiar realized she was a student at the Royal Academy, and she wasn't just anyone. She was legendary, which took even the rogue by surprise. She even had a nickname that everyone in the halls knew. He started thinking back to the good old days before the world went to hell. Lady Alara. She was the student who spent every single lecture fast asleep. The prefect, tasked with delivering test scrolls, could never believe her own eyes when she saw her. Alara never stayed awake for a lesson, yet she still topped the rankings. The Academy's #1 sleeper. That was her. The familiar was fuming. He couldn't believe she'd slept through a literal apocalypse and skipped her duties. Alara's excuse. She just really, really loved her naps. Plus, it was a royal festival day, which finally made everything click for the familiar. That's why the Academy grounds were deserted. But the rogue was the one panicking now. The gates of the abyss had literally burst open. Vile monsters were tearing through the realm, and this girl, she de-slept through the entire invasion. Alara was even more impressed with herself. It really sounds like a heroic epic, she mused, making her look even more unhinged to the others. The rogue didn't have time for this. She scooped her up and bolted. Alara wasn't thrilled, but hey, it's just a dream, right? The rogue hadn't even realized she looked like the corrupted one yet, but she figured Alara might actually be a useful pawn. They dove out the window, racing across the rooftops back toward the Royal Academy. On the way, Alara kept shrieking for help, totally terrified, while a shadow watched them from the dark, finding the whole scene very entertaining. Through the stained glass, the vanguard saw the rogue had finally returned. As soon as they hit the floor, she announced she'd found a survivor and briefed her on the end of the world along the way. Alara's heart was pounding, right up until she noticed that every single person in the room was drop-dead gorgeous. The vanguard, also an academy student, recognized the sleepy girl immediately, while the shadow rogue warned that the corrupted one's condition was spiraling. Lady Justina was the only one still able to hold him back. But if the blight kept spreading, they'd have to execute him. Alara felt a chill when she heard them call that boy the corrupted one. The familiar asked if she knew him. Alara nodded, though he probably wouldn't remember her. They were childhood friends. He was actually the one who first showed her those ancient illustrated fables. She still thinks this is a nightmare, but she's dead wrong. The vanguard was shocked by their connection, while Justina demanded to know why she wasn't infected. Alara guessed this must be Lady Justina. She'd heard the legends during their frantic run. Even the familiar was stunned by how fast her mind worked. The girl was noticing everything, convinced she was the owner of this dream, while everyone else screamed that this was harsh reality. The vanguard thought she was losing it, but Alara was certain it was a dream because her secret crush was right there. A dream crafted specifically, so the two of them could be together at last. The hero is losing his mind, nobody knows what to do, and then the heroine walks in. Can't even argue with that logic, honestly. The vanguard couldn't believe the corrupted one actually had a fan, but she panicked when she saw Alara lunging for a hug. "Stop right now," she barked, but Alara didn't give a damn. Holding the corrupted one tight, Alara whispered that it would be okay. She just wanted him to remember her. Justina called her a total lunatic. It was dangerous, reckless, and it definitely wouldn't work. Ignoring the high paladin, Alara pressed her fingers against her eyes, just to force a few tears and make the performance more convincing. The vanguard watched, now convinced the girl was just as mad as the corrupted one himself. And then, the tears started to fall. One single tear fell toward our hero, splashing against his forehead like a lone raindrop in the dark. It triggered something impossible inside him. Even Lady Justice, who thought this was a lost cause, was stunned. It looked like Lady Alara's interference was actually working. The warden couldn't believe what she was seeing with her own eyes. The logic of the world was falling apart right in front of her. While Sir Cedric felt a strange sense of déjà vu, Lady Justice remained certain. This shouldn't be happening. Not in a million years. Then, the miracle. Our out-of-control knight finally began to settle, his eyes fluttering open as if he were waking from an eternal slumber. The burning rage? Gone. Completely vanished. Alara just smiled and told everyone, this is how you bring a true hero back from the brink of madness. A simple, sincere hug and the tears of a lifelong bond. That was the key. Sir Alaric stared at her, trying to process the last few minutes, leaving poor Alara completely flustered. She was so embarrassed she could barely find her voice. Our boy recognized his sleepy scholar friend, but the nightgown. He was totally confused. Only then did she realize she was standing there in her sleeping clothes. And seeing that sudden shift in her behavior, the shadow assassin was completely thrown off. More precisely, she looked a bit jealous. Justice walked up to Alaric, fascinated, and asked how on earth that girl managed to heal his broken spirit. She needed to know how a common girl could fix him without a single drop of celestial magic or cosmic power. Alaric could only remember two things. the tears and their old childhood promise. Besides, for a miracle like that to work, Alara would have to actually care for him, like the leading lady in an epic romance. As he started muttering those weird theories, his team realized, yep, he's back to normal. And Alaric, he was truly grateful for everything they'd done to save him. Worried she might catch a chill, he draped his cloak over her shoulders. Alara was still dazed, convinced this was all just a wild dream. She couldn't even look him in the eye, until Alaric invited her to join their quest. He knew they needed someone with her sharp mind on the team. Our hero had a gut feeling. She was going to be the secret weapon they've been looking for. But Justice was genuinely unsettled. This girl had just neutralized the power of a literal star god. She might actually be more dangerous than Alaric himself. But anyway, it was time to get back to the mission at hand. Alara muttered that this dream was way too vivid. She figured she must have read too many fantasy novels before nodding off. The warrior had to tell her again, this is real, and the fate of the entire kingdom is on the line. Finally, the penny dropped for her. Our boy was ready to charge back into the Crimson Sovereign's realm, but Justice warned him. Going in without a plan would just end in disaster again. Alaric was at a loss. Up until now, they'd never faced a foe they couldn't just bash their way through. That's when Alara spoke up, asking them to explain exactly what was going on, since she was still totally in the dark. This sparked an idea in our hero's head. After all, this girl was brilliant. He sat her down and explained every detail, hoping Alara could cook up a winning strategy. A few minutes later, they were ready to move. Once she was up to speed, the group stepped back into that god's cursed dimension. The Crimson Sovereign was waiting for them, looking almost impressed they had the guts to show their faces again, especially since their numbers had grown. Our protagonist just stared him down. Thanks to that monster, he'd already had enough frustration for one lifetime. He was done playing games. That confidence, it pushed the god over the edge. Driven by pure rage, the Sovereign charged straight at Alaric, ready to end him right there. The attack was inches from Alaric's face, but he didn't blink. He just stood there, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Boom! A massive shockwave tore through the entire dimension. The warden had to throw up a protective barrier just to keep the others safe. And for the first time, the god actually looked intrigued. His strike had slammed into an invisible wall. He hadn't even been able to scratch Alaric. And the one holding that shield, it was Justice, standing tall as the boy's guardian. Alaric taunted him, saying the stakes were about to get a whole lot higher, which sent the Sovereign into a total frenzy. Seeing Justice's intervention, the Sovereign demanded to know why a celestial being was siding with these pathetic insects. Justice simply replied, "You've got it wrong. I'm not here to fight, I'm here to protect him." But the god couldn't wrap his head around it. In his fury, he just started raining down even more attacks on our hero. With Justice as his shield, Alaric finally felt like he had a real shot at winning. And honestly, the Sovereign seemed to love the challenge. But before he swung again, he started drawing in massive amounts of energy into that pendant around his neck. Alaric knew exactly what this was, the start of the second phase. This had happened before, and last time, Alaric got absolutely destroyed. The Sovereign sneered, asking if the boy truly believed a mere mortal could ever match the sheer power of a god. He should have been preparing for the raw, unbridled power of fury itself, not just some petty star spirit. After some generic villain monologue, the Ember Lord strikes hard. Hard enough that our boy, Alaric, actually has to break a sweat just to block it. The entire realm is literally drowning in wrath. The impact of that blow echoes through the void, launching Alaric's body straight through the atmosphere like a fallen star. Even Lady Gwendolyn's ultimate defense couldn't touch it. She looks back, and holy hell, there's a literal canyon carved into reality where that strike landed. She had no clue the Duke of Fury was this insane. He didn't just crack her holy barrier, he shattered it like cheap glass. The man just laughs. He hasn't even grown stronger. He looks at them like they're insects and asks, "Did you truly think I've been showing you my full rage this entire time?" A whole life spent holding back, never being able to enjoy anything because everything he touches ends up in ruins. But here's the kicker, the one thing that pisses him off more than anything else. He absolutely hates his own rage. Controlling that storm was his burden. For countless eras, he's been pouring every ounce of that boiling fury into the sovereign's locket around his neck. And now, the dam is breaking. It's time to unleash every bit of that stored-up madness. Power explodes, enveloping his body in a terrifying aura. The heavens themselves are officially under threat now. The squad is watching with pure concern, but look at the deceiver. She's actually enjoying the show. Suddenly, massive beasts forged from the planet's core magma start crawling out of the earth. The Duke is finally ready to go all out. No more games. He commands his lava beasts to slaughter the bugs. Miles away, Alaric is putting his faith in his friends as he enters his first Ascension form. Honestly, he didn't want to use this move, mostly to save the court illustrator from a mental breakdown. But he triggers his replication skill anyway. Suddenly, dozens of Alarics are standing in the middle of space. The Duke is loving every second of it. Keep trying, little insects. Give me everything you've got. But look, extinction is on the line, so the arch-paladin Gwendolyn stops holding back. She cleaves the first monster in half with one clean swing. Too bad they just reform from the magma instantly. It doesn't matter how many she cuts down, they just keep coming back for more. Lady Nara screams that the plan is toast. They need to fall back right now. But Gwendolyn digs her heels in. She knows she should retreat, but if she leaves, who's left to shield the others? She completely underestimated the Duke's power. This one's on her, a total failure of intelligence. To fix her mistake, she has to make a stand right here, right now. Swinging her claymore like a woman possessed, she pushes her celestial limits to the absolute breaking point to protect her squad. But the creatures are endless. One lunges from her blind spot, and Gwendolyn realizes she's not going to make it in time. Then, boom, a massive dragon made of shadow energy intercepts the strike. That's the deceiver's work, jumping headfirst into the fray. She's not about to let Gwendolyn play the lone martyr today. That's when the star spirit realizes she's not alone. These monsters were born from a god, but our assassin doesn't care. We can fight these things too. They've each got a fragment of Alaric's power now. They actually have a fighting chance. Gwendolyn is floored, these mortals. Their will to live is just incredible. The Duke was dead wrong about them. Humanity isn't just some lowly life form. They are noble, truly noble. Right then and there, she grants her divine protection to the entire group. Meanwhile, Alaric is still getting used as a literal human punching bag. The Duke warns him that he can't hide forever. One massive solar blast later, and every single replica is wiped from existence. Even with the real Alaric keeping his distance, the Duke realizes how dangerous he is and closes the gap in a heartbeat. He grabs Alaric by the throat, crushing the words out of him. Why aren't you even trying to hit me? Our boy looks him in the eye and wheezes out the truth. I have no intention of fighting you. The Duke is absolutely stunned, complete confusion. Alaric just smiles. Celestial lords don't die, so fighting is a waste of time. Instead, I'm going to make you one of my knights. Rewind a bit to when they were actually planning this crazy strategy. Gwendolyn thought it made perfect sense. Nara was all in too, wanting to see if the others agreed. The deceiver reminded them they were up against a literal cosmic god, but Baron Beef just pointed at Gwendolyn. We've already got one of those, don't we? Only one person wasn't on board. Alaric. He hated the idea. The knight asked him why, and Alaric tried to explain. But honestly, turning that guy into a companion would just make things too weird. The party is already full of misfits. Adding another one is just pure chaos, and besides, the readers are expecting an epic battle that burns through the entire illustration budget. But yeah, every time he brings up that meta commentary, the vibe just gets way more awkward. After taking a moment to weigh his options, Lady Seraphina voiced her total disapproval. The enemy is a heartless monster bent on purging every soul in the kingdom. She won't be satisfied until she strikes him down herself, but a voice told her that simply isn't going to happen. Lady Justice was blunt. She said a mere mortal could never hope to destroy a true archon of the stars. The Nightblade suggested that Justice should just take the lead and fight him herself, but she refused, claiming that war between celestial beings is strictly forbidden by ancient law. However, there's a catch. If the plan is to actually turn him into an ally, she promised to lend every bit of her strength to make it happen. Our main character, Elias, still hates the idea, but Arthur told him straight. If he's got a better plan, he better speak up now. Silence. Elias racked his brain, searching for any other way out, but deep down, he realized there might not be another choice. He demanded to know everything Justice knew about the Duke of Wrath. Fast forward to the heat of the moment, and Elias made his call. He's going to make this monster his ally. Before he could even move, a massive fist swung toward him. But Elias was ready. He triggered his mirage skill, flickering like a ghost and dodging the lethal blow. He shouted it out loud. He knows the truth. The Duke of Wrath is hated and envied by every other noble in the heavens. The Duke paused as the memories hit him. He remembered the whispers, that he was once the brightest star of them all, a knight who was on the verge of becoming a true king of the stars. But his own blood was his curse. Because he was so easily provoked into a rage, the others eventually pushed him away until he was utterly alone. And being cast out, that only made the fire in his heart burn hotter and more bitter. The High King of the Stars said he actually admired the boy's relentless nature, officially naming him the Duke of Wrath in hopes he would fulfill his destructive purpose in the grand design. It was the very first time in his life he felt recognized, but feeling that spark of validation, it only made him feel even angrier than before. Elias didn't back down. He told him that ever since that day, the Duke must have been performing his celestial duties in total, lonely silence. The Duke was absolutely livid. He couldn't stand being understood by a mere insect. As the Archon vented his centuries of built-up fury, the fallen knight, Elias, focused on healing his own wounds. Asking the monster what he thought about finally having an ally, one who doesn't break and won't fall to pieces no matter what. That one proposal, it actually shook the Duke to his core. Elias was praying his gamble was working, because, honestly, he was already at his absolute limit. As for the Duke of Wrath, he had never heard words like those in his entire existence. Fine then. He decided right then and there to see if this insect truly had what it takes to survive without shattering. Suddenly, Elias found himself caught in the Duke's massive grip. He realized the situation had turned extremely dangerous, extremely fast. One wrong move, and he was dead. That was the exact moment our boy realized he was actually staring his own end in the face. Then, boom, a massive explosion rocked the air, looking like two stars colliding in the void. Below them, the rest of the team continued their desperate struggle against the creatures. The Nightblade was completely spent, gasping for breath, when she suddenly sensed something shifting above. They all looked up, witnessing with their own eyes the terrifying explosion caused by the Duke of Wrath. It had been a long, long time since the Duke had released that much fury all at once, and honestly, it gave him a strangely refreshing sensation. Elias coughed, telling him there was no need to thank him for the opening. The Duke was genuinely astonished. The boy was somehow still alive. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a human possibly survive an explosion of that magnitude? Elias realized it was his own indomitable will keeping him together. He told the Duke he was perfectly fine, and that deep down, he knew the Duke was actually a good person. The Duke just scoffed, saying the boy talked as if he could actually see into his soul. Then Elias asked the real question. Did he really spread that plague with the sole intent of wiping out humanity? Because after seeing the chaos with his own eyes, Elias saw the truth. People weren't just dying, they were hurting. They weren't even attacking each other until the panic set in and Elias himself got infected. That was when the whole situation finally started to make sense. The source of the virus wasn't malice. It was the pure despair the Duke felt from wanting to find just one person who could understand his frustration. He had been carrying this burden all by himself for so long. And now, for the first time, all of humanity finally knew what he had been going through. Elias looked at him and acknowledged just how difficult that must have been. The Duke had blamed himself 1,000 times over because of his own personality. He just wanted to understand why he was born this way. He knew a normal life was out of reach. He felt like he desperately needed to change. But that's never an easy task, and eventually, he realized it wasn't worth wasting time thinking about it all alone. But seeing Elias' empathy and knowing the hardships the boy had already survived, it changed things. Now, the Duke could finally have friends who would actually acknowledge the work he's done. That's why Elias wanted them to be companions. After being hit with the power of that speech, the Duke of Wrath was left completely speechless. He never thought he'd feel this way in a million years. The emotion made him feel incredibly angry, and he prepared to strike immediately. Elias just closed his eyes, ready to take whatever came next. He took a heavy blow from the Duke of Wrath, who roared that he didn't need that kind of pity, releasing every last drop of the rage he felt. He unleashed a brutal barrage, hammering the boy's body again and again, determined to squash him like a common bug until Julian crashed into the earth like a falling star. Lady Alara was pale with worry, watching Julian's battered form as the dust settled. She knew the Ember Lord was lurking right behind him, absolutely livid after being humiliated in his own domain. Alara begged him to show mercy, and even Kaelin, the Silent Blade, was on edge until the Star Lord suddenly stopped. He realized his fury had just vanished. Silas rushed over to tend to Julian's wounds, muttering about how this was such a classic, dramatic hero moment. Alara told the Ember Lord to look at what he'd done, and when he finally did, his eyes went wide with pure shock. The realm of eternal fire, once a scorched wasteland, was finally at peace. He never imagined his world could feel this calm, this cold. Julian didn't waste time. He wanted an answer. Would the Ember Lord cast aside his pride and join their quest? The Great Spirit looked to the horizon one last time, admiring the newfound beauty of his kingdom before finally agreeing to the invitation. Julian approached him, nodding in approval, though even he couldn't predict the chaos the future held for them. "I'm counting on your strength," Julian admitted, knowing they'd need every bit of it. But the second Julian touched him, he felt a bone-chilling cold. The Ember Lord looked down, whispering that he wouldn't be making the trip after all. Alara gasped as she realized the truth. It was the end. A Star Lord simply ceases to exist the moment they lose their reason for being. With no more rage to fuel him, his form was flickering out. But before he vanished into nothingness, he reached out to hand Julian a final gift. It was his core artifact, the Amulet of Eternal Wrath, a relic that had stored centuries of pure, unbridled emotion. The Lord believed it would be their greatest weapon in the trials ahead, even as Julian tried to tell him to hold on. His body was turning to stardust, and with his final breath, the Ember Lord apologized for ever calling Julian an insect. He'd finally found a true bond, a real comrade, only to disappear seconds later. It was enough to make anyone absolutely furious. And then, poof, he was gone, leaving the group standing in the echoing silence of that empty dimension. That's when Alara's blade flashed, pressing right against Julian's throat. He dodged just in time, stunned, as she declared that she couldn't let him live another second. To her, the death of a Star Lord was a dark omen, a sign that the very order of the universe was about to collapse. Kaelin jumped in, trying to talk her down, but she already had her stance ready. "Forgive me," she whispered, her sword humming with lethal intent. Julian shifted his weight, realizing this was about to get very complicated, very fast. But then, a total stranger appeared out of thin air, stopping Alara's heavy claymore with just a single finger. Alara froze in terror. She knew that face. It was Lord Merrick, the High Seat of Mirth, and he was officially joining the party. Julian just stared. The guy looked ridiculous, like a walking, talking cartoon character dropped into a war zone. Alara demanded to know his business, but Merrick just laughed, telling everyone to take a deep breath and listen up. He couldn't get over the fact that Julian actually tried to recruit a god of rage. "Congrats on the new toy, kid," he chirped, nodding at the amulet. But he wasn't just there for a laugh. He brought a royal decree from the sovereign of the stars himself, and the contents were heavy. They needed to get ready, because Julian's divine ascension was officially scheduled. Elara looked like she'd seen a ghost, while a simple warrior like Julian had no clue what an ascension even meant. "Simply put," Merrick explained, "you're becoming a Star Lord, Julian." But Julian wasn't smiling. He knew these gods treated humans like nothing more than fuel for their own power. Just moments ago, they were all nearly wiped off the map by one of them. Merrick told him to settle down, insisting that not every high seat was a monster. It was unheard of for a human to be chosen, which was weird, and he asked if Julian really intended to turn down a seat in the heavens, which the boy did instantly. No hesitation, his mind was made up. Merrick actually expected that. He'd been lurking in the shadows for a while, a transcendent being who lives and breathes for the thrill of the unexpected. There was no way he was going to miss a show this good. And he wasn't the only one watching. Every Star Lord in the sky was now obsessed with this human, especially after he broke the Ember Lord. Julian bristled as Merrick leaned in too close, but the jester just laughed it off, glad to see the boy was committed to his own path. He promised to go back and tell the sovereign that the invitation was rejected, but he left them with a chilling warning. Julian needed to watch his back. By saying no, he hadn't just insulted the gods. He'd made enemies of every Star Lord and the 12 high houses of the zodiac. Julian asked about these houses, and Merrick's tone finally turned serious. Among the billions of stars, there are 12 that shine brighter than all others, handpicked by the sovereign himself. They are the elite, the apex, and every single one of them has enough raw power to snuff out all life in the universe in a single heartbeat. Silas had made enemies of 12 great houses. 12. Just the thought of it was enough to make his blood run cold. But then Felix noticed something. One of those 12 seats might actually be excluded, because Lady Justice seemed to be taking the boy's side. Silas blinked in shock. Wait, is Justice one of the 12? And right then, she confirmed her true identity. Before she was the embodiment of law, she was Lady Seraphina of House Libra, the 7th seat, revealing the glowing crest etched onto her skin. Our boy had no clue he was walking next to a living legend. He asked, stunned, if every Zodiac Lord carried a mark like that. Felix confirmed it. They all do, though the designs vary by house. Then he smirked at Justice, warning her she was about to lose her noble position. She didn't flinch. Rank meant nothing to her, only the balance of the universe mattered, and she'd hand her seat to anyone worthy in a heartbeat. Silas realized right then that this wasn't exactly a place for cracking jokes. Everything was deadly serious. Felix turned back to Silas, wanting to know if he had any final words before things got real. The Lord of Fun went quiet, thinking. Then he smiled. You and I, we're actually pretty similar, kid. Both lived for the thrill of the game. He wanted Silas to entertain him now, fair's fair, since he'd already stuck his neck out for the boy. But someone else had reached their breaking point. Beatrix was vibrating with pure killing intent, desperate for a worthy fight. She lunged, determined to wipe that lord off the map. Felix just sighed. Harsh words, he muttered. Actually kind of terrifying if I'm being honest. Beatrix was a hair's breadth away, her strike ready to kill, but the lord didn't even flinch. He just raised a single hand. Silas felt the air turn heavy. This was bad. But Felix just looked at him and said, Watch closely. This is how a true lord handles business. Just one flick of his fingers. That's all it took to stop Beatrix's ultimate attack dead in its tracks. Talk about a power gap. This guy possessed enough magic to erase an entire planet, and the resulting shockwave practically leveled the horizon. Justice didn't hesitate. She threw down a teleportation seal, pulling everyone out of the blast zone before they were vaporized. They made it out, but Silas was shaking. Beatrix could have died back there. She just shrugged, admitting that at least it would have been a fun death. And speak of the devil, the Lord of Fun suddenly appeared right beside them, nodding in agreement with her words. Where's the fire, everyone? He looked at Silas's furious expression and laughed. Humans really were the most interesting entertainment. He asked why the long face. After all, hadn't he just saved the kid's life a moment ago? It clicked for Silas then. He'd almost been shredded by the Duke of Fury, but somehow, for no clear reason, he'd walked away without a scratch. Felix leaned in. "As long as you keep things interesting for me, kid, I've got your back." He promised Silas he wouldn't have to fight the other 11 houses alone. Why? Because he's the Lord of Fun and the master of House Capricorn. He had one last secret to share, but it was for Silas's ears only. He leaned in and whispered a mystery close to the boy's ear. "Don't you think that sounds like a blast?" he asked with a wink. He had big plans for Silas. He pressed a silver flute into the boy's hand, one blow, and he'd come running for another round. With a final wave, Felix vanished, leaving a very confused Silas behind as the group finally touched down in the kingdom of 𝒂𝒊𝒑𝒆𝒅. The whole squad was dazed, mostly because magical travel is a one-way ticket to extreme motion sickness. Everything was moving at breakneck speed. Silas hadn't even had a second to process the grief of the chaos they just left behind. Seraphina stepped forward, her voice soft. She apologized for trying to take his head off earlier with her blade. Silas told her not to worry, but she could see the weight he was carrying. The kid was clearly going through hell. She admitted she'd been an arrogant judge. Now, she had to head back to the High Temple to hear the king's new orders. Beatrix was done with the games, too. She needed to get back to the training grounds. She wasn't nearly strong enough yet. Nero walked up to Silas, asking for his next move. But before he could answer, Barney the squire pointed toward the city gates. They looked, and it was like a dream. Life in 𝒂𝒊𝒑𝒅 was finally normal. Stonemasons were already repairing the walls, the monsters were gone, and the healers were tending to the weary citizens. The plague of wrath had truly lifted. Barney looked at Silas in awe. The boy had actually saved the entire world. The reality of his actions finally hit him, but this was it. The group was finally splitting up. Barney was stunned when Silas told them all to go home. Despite his legendary title, Silas felt like he'd barely managed anything on his own. Barney blinked in confusion. "Wait, what title are we talking about exactly?" Silas just looked away. "From here on, I'm doing things solo." The assassin looked worried, but then Silas swiped the air, opening his glowing arcane interface. A message popped up, "Mission accomplished." Silas froze. "Wait, Barney, can you see this screen too?" He groaned at the magical display. Seriously, he absolutely refuses to read any message that's longer than 4 lines. The divine scroll flickered, its message cut short. Arthur was being slapped with a heavy penalty for his part in wiping out the elder deity of wrath. This was bad. Our boy Arthur hadn't seen a blow like this coming, not even close. Once the warning hit, Arthur started spiraling, demanding to know what kind of curse this was, and why he was the one taking the fall. His mind went to the worst-case scenarios. Was he losing his magic, getting thrown into a void prison, or even worse, would new rifts tear open across the kingdom of Albion? Then the divine ledger spoke. He and his crew were now under strict watch, no more blocking the elder deities. From now on, they were forced into the gods' trials. Honestly, it was way lighter than they feared, and everyone crowded around Arthur to read the scroll for themselves. Arthur was floored. He had no idea his companions could even see the divine script, let alone read it. Eleanor's heart stopped when she saw her own name on the list. The ledger confirmed it instantly. She was part of the team now. Arthur, trying to be the hero, said he'd handle the burden and face the trials alone. He didn't want his friends dragged into this nightmare, not on his account. But the ledger had finally had enough. It snapped, basically telling Arthur to stop being such a dramatic brat. It was already dealing with enough heat from the other deities because of him. It wasn't his servant, and it was sick of him being too lazy to read anything longer than 4 lines. After that epic verbal beatdown, the ledger seemed a bit calmer. That's when Lady Gwendolyn stepped forward with a question. She wanted to know if she could take on the trials of the other elder deities, too. The ledger confirmed it applied to her as well, then asked if she was already regretting her choices. That really rubbed her the wrong way. But hey, there was a silver lining. Since they actually beat the trial of wrath, Arthur was getting a reward. Finally, some good news. The floating screen vanished into thin air, leaving the party standing there in silence. Then, pure chaos. They were livid and demanded answers right then and there. Arthur scrambled to apologize, begging them to stay together. He needed them now more than ever. Julian was already over it. He looked like he was ready to end his own life just to escape the headache. While the rogue tried to settle Julian down, Gwendolyn realized just how messy this was. The next trial could hit at any time, and they might be ripped apart. Meanwhile, Barney was a total mess, sobbing because he thought his life was officially ruined. Then it was Alina's turn. She commanded the room, asking everyone to just listen. Her mind wasn't on the trials, she was terrified for her parents. The rogue tried to comfort her, while Alina suggested they head straight for her family's manor. It hit Arthur like a ton of bricks. He'd thought about his own folks at the start, sure. But he'd completely forgotten about everyone else's family. He agreed instantly. As they reached the manor, Alina's mother came rushing out, looking like she hadn't slept in days. A second later, the rest of the ragtag crew appeared at the gates. They asked to come inside while the mother called out for her husband. Alina's father stepped out, his face etched with worry. He looked the group over, asking if these were the people who'd kept his daughter safe through the chaos. Arthur took a breath before answering. Yes, he said, but the rest of the crew knew it was only a half-truth. After all, Arthur was the one who started most of the trouble. Still, the old lord thanked him from the bottom of his heart. For the first time, Arthur felt a real sense of pride. It took a while, but they told the parents everything. It sounded like a fairy tale, but after seeing the rifts with their own eyes, they couldn't deny it. They realized this boy had literally saved humanity. The father beamed, happy Alina had a friend as legendary as Arthur. Our boy wasn't used to that kind of praise. In the next room, Alina was busy handing out fresh tunics and breeches. Nero was finally looking like a proper citizen of Albion, thanks to Alina stepping in. The rogue was genuinely impressed by the silk of this era, while Gwendolyn stood there completely baffled by how human clothes even worked. Poor Barney was losing his mind, while Arthur sat there wondering if the gear he'd crafted was really that hideous. Then Alina turned to Julian, asking if he was happy with his new outfit. Julian's response, "I'd rather die a slow, painful death." He reminded everyone, again, that he was actually a man in case they'd forgotten. Alina's mother had a feast waiting. She called her daughter to help with the roast, and Alina handled it with the skill of a master chef, leaving the boys stunned. Barney had no idea she had those kinds of moves in the kitchen. After all that insanity, everyone finally leaned back to enjoy a moment of actual peace. They set the long table to welcome everyone. The parents hadn't expected a whole small army of guests, but they pulled together a proper banquet regardless. The food was served, everyone took a seat, and for a second the world felt normal again. While the others dug in, Julian just stared at the silverware, having zero clue what the utensils were for. Arthur was in heaven tasting the food. Meanwhile, the father was already imagining Arthur as a knight captain in the royal guard. Poor guy, he has no idea what he's getting into. The mother announced it was shepherd's pie, Alina's absolute favorite, though Alina was quick to snap that she definitely didn't cook it specifically for them. "Sure, Alina, whatever you say." Trapp was completely sold on the recipe, even joking that the noble knight could have been a royal chef in another life. Looking at her, it's clear she's the textbook definition of a total tsundere. Turns out, the High Knight actually dreamed of being a chef when she was little. Honestly, the fallen lord never pegged her for the domestic type. The group's feasting like royalty, while our little squire, yes, the one shaped like a snack, watches from the sidelines. He's thinking that food just hits different when you've got good company. And just like that, plates are empty, everyone's stuffed. The fallen lord couldn't help himself. He had to praise the knight's mother for her legendary cooking skills. She's beaming with pride, until a voice cuts through the air, complaining the seasoning's a bit too salty. Talk about a mood killer, our heroes, totally spooked. They didn't even sense her arrival. Standing there is the divinity of feasts herself, and despite the critique, she actually liked the meal. Our Lord asks what she's doing in a place like this, and her answer, pretty straightforward. She's here to give them a spicy taste of what true trials feel like. Sensing a fight, the fallen Lord tells his future father-in-law to get to safety. But the divinity just scoffs. She's not some primitive brute like the other gods. She's a connoisseur of new flavors, and she's got a special challenge ready for our team. The mission? Cook something so divine it blows her mind. Oh, and they have to hunt down and cook the ingredients themselves. Of course, the fallen Lord is like, and why exactly should I care about your little game? The divinity's response, you should all be thanking your lucky stars. Turns out, if the divinity of games hadn't stepped in, humanity would have been erased from the map a long time ago. Now our boy is suspicious. What's the god of games really up to? Meanwhile, the cuisine divinity drops the bombshell. Fail this, and it's game over for the world. 1 week, that's all they get to prep before they have to step up to the plate. Once they're ready, they just need to use the system to call her. Then, poof, she vanishes. The knight's mother is standing there, totally lost. She has no clue what just went down, but her daughter realizes they're literally catering for cosmic entities now. If they mess up, humanity is toast. The fallen lord starts sweating. He's no chef, and he has no idea how his combat powers help with a souffle. That's when he starts looking at his crew. Time to get creative. He tells the parents they're heading out, and the old man just knows. His son-in-law is off to save the world again. He gets all hyped up, telling the Lord he's counting on him to secure his daughter's future. The knight, absolutely mortified. Once they're clear, they huddle up to talk strategy. The fallen Lord asks if they remember that time he summoned the phantom assassin. The knight remembers it vaguely. Back then, he pulled in someone who could handle their world's weird rules. But this time, he's trying something way more ambitious. She sees the magic starting to swirl and wonders what kind of crazy plan he's cooking up now. The fallen Lord drops the news. They're heading to the one dimension that holds the most legendary ingredients in all of existence. He's basically warping them to a place that fits his skills requirements perfectly. Next thing you know, they're standing in a massive grassy field. The squire is already shaking, sensing that this grocery run is going to be dangerous. Suddenly, the sun disappears. A massive shadow looms over them, and standing there is a high-rank dragon. Here we go again. This beast starts roaring like it wants them for breakfast, but the team stays solid. Well, mostly. Nero is still the only one shaking in his boots. Some things never change, right? The others are used to this monster business, but the threat gets real when the dragon starts charging up a massive fire breath, aimed right at them. The fallen lord just sighs. Why is it always him who has to clean up these complex messes? He throws up a barrier, soaking up the flames like they're nothing. Now, it's his turn to play. He literally just flicks his finger at the dragon. The result, pure, unadulterated destruction. Oops, he forgot his own strength and vaporized the poor thing. Can't cook a pile of ash, so he hits the rewind button on time itself. We're back to the moment the dragon was alive. This time, our Lord is thinking about how to actually, harvest the guy. The dragon, sensing he just died and came back, decides to be very reasonable very fast. He shifts right into a human form. With a look of pure terror hidden behind a serious face, he begs the team to spare his life. Our squire notices the guy's face doesn't match his shaky words. His name's Dassos, and he's the 14th generation protector of this forest. He's smart enough to realize these people aren't from around here. They're world jumpers. Since they looked like a threat, he attacked first, and now he's very, very sorry about it. Lord Caspian wasn't expecting such a dull reaction. The great Drake looked him over, asking if all that raw power meant he was actually supposed to be the realm's savior. Caspian doubled down instantly. Obviously, anyone with eyes could see he was the chosen one. This stunned the dragon. Was it possible? Could this boy really be the child of prophecy? It is a legend 5,000 years in the making. if you're the type to believe in old fairy tales and dusty scrolls. A secret from the dragon's vault. 5 days after the twin moons align in eclipse, 7 outsiders will descend through a celestial pillar of light. But after a quick head count, the Drake realized there were only 6. He totally looked past Barnaby the Round, who, let's be honest, looked more like a meat pie than a knight. Caspian just shrugged, assuming their job was the classic, slay the dark archfiend routine and call it a day. This caught the dragon off guard. How on earth did these strangers already know the ancient words of the prophecy? Cutting past the boring bits, our boy Caspian asked the Drake the real question. What's the most delicious food in this entire world? Talk about a sudden pivot. The dragon didn't even know how to respond. After a long explanation, they learned this continent is the kingdom of Albion, and it hides the 4 great delicacies. First, the bloom of ages, a legendary flower that appears once every 1,000 years, adding 10 years of life to anyone lucky enough to taste it. Then there's the cinder urchin, a delicacy so rare it's literally sparked world-shattering wars in the past. Third, dragon's eggs, the ultimate ingredient. And finally, the succulent meat of the paradise hare. The 4 great delicacies of the land. Knowing he was talking to a literal dragon, Caspian asked if the old man could just lay a few eggs. The dragon scoffed, highly offensive. Then Caspian had a brilliant idea. Why not just summon all 4 items to this exact spot right now? He immediately triggered his powers to pull the items through space, but the Drake lunged to stop him. Don't do it, not under any circumstances, the dragon roared. Caspian just blinked. What's the actual risk here? The Drake explained that the cinder urchin lives deep under the archfiend's citadel under crushing pressure. Bringing it here instantly, it'd cause a massive explosion. Caspian asked about the rest, but the dragon just sighed. Look, kid, these things aren't legendary for nothing. The flower won't bloom for another 30 years. The hares, long extinct. And as for the eggs, he'd never hand over his own kin to be eaten by humans. After that little outburst, Caspian tried to talk the old man down and settle his nerves. He said he didn't get why they were hunting groceries anyway. Weren't they supposed to be the heroes of this story? Caspian replied that he'd save the world in his own way. He didn't really expect a dragon to understand his methods. Even though he was grateful for the help, the dragon was left reeling, desperately trying to make sense of this crazy boy's logic. If these really are the heroes from the scroll, it is his sacred duty as a Drake of Albion to help them fulfill their destiny. He told them to track down the bloom of ages and the cinder urchin. If they find the great oak where the flowers grow, they might get help from the high elves. As for the cinder urchin, they'll have to go deep, right beneath the archfiend's citadel. They'll definitely run into the dark army during the search, but hey, with the kind of power they're packing, it'll probably be a walk in the park. So he suggested they start hunting. Caspian decided to split the party into 2 groups to get things done twice as fast. Lady Alara was curious. Which team would the leader join? Caspian just grinned, made a perfect clone of himself, and confirmed he'd be on both. A technique so legendary it left even the great Drake speechless. Now, they were finally ready for the mission. The crew heading to the Great Oak. Caspian, the Knight, the Shadow Stalker, Lady Alara, and the Dragon. While the Citadel's strike team included the other Caspian, Barnaby the Round, the Squire, and Sir Justice. On the road to the Elven Woods, Caspian asked why the Drake wasn't at the Citadel. Turns out, that archfiend is a literal nightmare. Our heroes noticed the old man's face was like stone, zero emotion. Finally, they reached their destination, the Elven city guarding the World Tree. This place is known as Silverwood. Lady Alara was stunned. The city was absolutely breathtaking. Caspian, meanwhile, was just geeking out, imagining this was that famous tree from the Old Norse myths. But before he could finish his thought, whoosh, arrows flying everywhere. He blocked them all like it was nothing, but his friends were scared half to death. Prince Cedric stepped forward, calling humans full of dirty tricks. He told them they were brave to come here, but they wouldn't be leaving alive. The dragon tried to tell Cedric to stand down, while Caspian noticed the whole village was basically on a hair-trigger neighborhood watch. That's when the elf realized he was talking to the great guardian of the forest. The drake pointed to Caspian. "This boy," he said, "is the child of prophecy." The elves went into a total panic. They were struggling to believe it. A human, the chosen one, they weren't buying it for a second. Caspian was already getting annoyed. He was tired of seeing humans treated like they were absolutely nothing. Cedric kept the insults coming, called humans a pathetic race, and said the dragon was clearly mistaken, until Caspian interrupted. "Wait, do you two already know each other?" The drake sighed. "Yeah, Cedric is the prince of these people and captain of the vanguard. In this forest, he's the one who makes all the rules. They had to win him over somehow, but man, this guy was a total wild card. Lord Belder didn't make it easy either, constantly muttering about how humans were nothing but filthy, brainless peasants." But the second Arthur stepped toward the group, his eyes locked onto something unexpected. He was totally floored by Alara's beauty. Just like that, the arrogant high elf went from looking down on everyone to being a total slave to his own heart. Talk about a 180. Meanwhile, Arthur's second squad finally reached the looming gates of the Dark Lord's fortress. Standing before those massive gates, Arthur felt the tension thick enough to cut. His heart was pounding, and little did he know, hidden eyes were already tracking their every move. The Dark Lord found the whole thing hilarious. But back in the woods, Arthur's team was actually getting the royal treatment, digging into a feast that looked absolutely incredible. They were definitely feeling the love from their hosts. Though Arthur wasn't exactly vibing with the dessert. Alara was loving every bite, though, while the high elf played the perfect gentleman, explaining all the exotic fruits to her. Even the great drake was impressed. He was convinced this feast was one for the history books. Then, taking Alara's hands in his, the high elf swore an oath. He'd help her fulfill that prophecy, no matter the cost. Arthur didn't miss a beat, sliding right between them. He gave the elf a friendly handshake and got straight to the point. They were there for the sentinel bloom. The high elf was already losing his cool, snapping at Arthur to get his filthy hands off him. Just as things started to get heated, Nera stepped in to play peacemaker, but then Prince Alistair dropped the bombshell. They were completely out of blooms. Apparently, the next one wouldn't bloom for another 30 years. Alara looked devastated, asking if there truly wasn't even one left in the entire kingdom. That's when our guy had a wild thought. If he messed with the ancestral oak directly, he might just pull off a miracle. The second he said it, every elf in the room went absolutely ballistic. The great drake had to step in again, telling everyone to put the blades away. He warned the humans that the tree was sacred. Disrespecting it was basically a death wish. Arthur apologized, but he was serious. Without those sentinel blooms, the entire world was basically toast. Prince Alistair was already having second thoughts about whether this guy was actually the hero of legend. But Alara asked so sweetly if there was any other way that the other elves were instantly smitten. The prince had to literally shake himself back to reality, admitting that their high sage, the oldest and wisest of their kin, might actually have an answer. But the moment they met the sage, he shut them down. The flowers extinct, gone. It's been 1,000 years since a single one bloomed. Finding one now, you'd have better luck finding a needle in a mountain of hay. His advice, just wait 30 years. Easy, right? If they were still alive, they could see them then. But for Arthur, that was a deadline he couldn't afford. They had 7 days, max. The old sage started reminiscing about a tea he drank back in his youth made from those petals. He could still taste it like it was yesterday, said it was pure heaven in a cup. Like the forest itself had given him a personal blessing. If the dried flowers were that good, he could only imagine what the fresh ones tasted like. Then the old guy just started flexing on the humans, bragging about his taste buds, while the team seriously started wondering if this wise sage was actually just a senile old boaster. He kept going, warning them to stay away from the oak since they hadn't proven themselves. He even waved his staff around, bragging that it was carved from a branch of the ancestral oak itself. He told them to take a good look, 'cause this was the closest they'd get to the tree for the next 30 years. Prince Alistair was beaming with pride, glad to see his master still knew how to keep inferior races in their place with style. The sage just wouldn't quit, shoving that staff right in Arthur's face. Bad move. Arthur just snatched the staff right out of his hands. The prince went nuclear, and even the party's warrior whispered, "Dude, maybe don't do that." But Arthur didn't care. He gripped that dead wood and activated his unstoppable overgrowth ability. Right before their eyes, that staff erupted. It transformed into a massive, living tree, leaving everyone standing there with their jaws on the floor. Since the elves were so obsessed with that oak, Arthur figured, why not? Have a second one on the house. The high elves couldn't wrap their heads around it. It was impossible. Then Arthur smirked, asking if these things really only bloomed once a millennium. Because that brand new tree, it was absolutely covered in sentinel blooms, more than they could even count. Finally, everyone recognized Arthur as the true hero of the prophecy. Turns out, he had basically fast-forwarded time itself within the Tower of Trials. Simulating 1,000 years for a tree, child's play for him. The old sage was literally on his knees, watching history unfold. Even that bigoted captain was stunned into silence. They weren't just looking at a hero, they were looking at a miracle straight from the gods. While Arthur was playing gardener, he started wondering how the B team was holding up. Spoiler alert, they were in the middle of a total bloodbath. They'd even recruited that massive powerhouse, Barnaby the Behemoth. The demon they were fighting had a gaping hole in its chest, defeated by a power it couldn't even describe. And Barnaby, he just sighed, looking totally disappointed that the monster was such a pushover. Arthur actually agreed the talking pastry was kind of cool, but behind him, Gwendolen and Isolde were just cringing, hard. Finally, the gates of the Black Citadel groaned open. Standing there, a dread knight, bragging his guard could solo 10 dragons. He was one of the 4 high marshals, and honestly, he looked the part. Then he dropped the classic line, saying the guy they killed earlier was just the weakest of the bunch. Arthur didn't miss a beat. He pointed at Pippin and said, "Well, he's the weakest on our team." The knight froze. He didn't expect that comeback. At all. He wanted to see if the boy would keep that same energy, but Arthur already saw the guy was fuming. Isolde sensed a good time was coming. She volunteered to stay behind, telling the others to just keep moving. That gave Arthur the chills, like real ones. "Don't just say that," he yelled. "That's basically a death flag." But the marshal, he was tired of being ignored. He lunged, aiming straight for Arthur, but Isolde was faster. Clang. She didn't even look back. She knew they were safe. One move later, the marshal was history. They hoped the Archduke would actually be a challenge, but inside, it was pitch black. Arthur started wondering where the next boss was, until they heard it, a cold, rattling sound of chains. A woman appeared from the shadows, whispering that this was the end of the road for them. She was the Lady of Shackles, but before her face was even fully revealed, Isolde erased her, just, poof, gone. She was actually getting annoyed by how weak these opponents were, total boredom. Gwendolen was feeling it too. Seeing all these weird life forms created by the Celestial Lords was giving her a total crisis. Arthur realized it then, only cosmic beings could touch them now. Then a new voice rang out. "You really think so?" Arthur's gut twisted. Something was wrong, very wrong. The girl with the chains, back both dead marshals, standing right there. A massive shadowy figure emerged. The Necrolord, the strongest marshal and master of the undead. "Kneel," he commanded. "Kneel before your new master." Pippin just asked if it was some cheap magic trick. It looked ugly. But Arthur saw the real problem, multiple high-tier spells at once. Time for the big guns. Arthur unleashed dimensional banishment. One by one, the minions vanished. The Necrolord started begging, but Arthur just shook his head. "Find peace in the void." Finally, clear path to the lava urchin, their real target. That was the whole reason they'd stepped foot in this nightmare in the first place. They walked for what felt like miles. Boring. Then, they ran straight into the Archduke himself. Arthur was hyped. "Let's end this," he shouted, But Gwendolyn, she saw something else entirely. "Wait," she snapped, her armor already manifesting. The Archduke didn't move. He just told them to kneel. The pressure was insane. Everyone hit the floor except Gwendolyn. Arthur could barely breathe. "What is this power?" Gwendolyn looked at the figure. "Why are you here?" she whispered. The entity just smirked. "It's my castle," she said. "Where else would I be?" It wasn't the Archduke. It was the war sovereign herself. Flashback time. Before the gates, the dragon tried to warn them about the bosses. Arthur cut him off. "Spoilers!" he yelled. Pippin just thought Arthur was being an absolute legend. So the dragon kept it short. One sentence: "The king is an absolute monster." For thousands of years, every hero who tried to take him down ended up in a grave. Not a single win, but the weird part, he never actually attacked the human kingdoms. Arthur didn't care back then. He was confident he'd figure it out. But now, facing that aura, he looked at Gwendolyn. Do you know this person?" Her voice trembled. "This is the war sovereign, one of the 12 lords of the Zodiac. He's the one who banned gods from fighting. So why was he playing dress-up as a demon king?" The sovereign noticed the confusion. He didn't mind explaining. The answer, simple: he just really, really loves war. The council said he couldn't fight directly, so he found a loophole, and this castle was his masterpiece. Imagine a world trapped in an endless cycle of blood and steel, where kingdoms are born just to be torn down. He sits on his high throne, watching his creations butcher each other for eternity. And honestly, he absolutely loves it, pure, twisted satisfaction. From the sheer terror of those dying souls, he siphons off more raw energy than any other realm could ever dream of producing. To keep the carnage flowing, he crowned himself the High Monarch of Malice. Meanwhile, our hero, the young rogue, absolutely hates how these celestial gods treat life like a game. It burns him up inside. He made a vow right then and there. That enemy is going down, no matter the cost. The Lord of Slaughter laughed, doubting a mere mortal could do a damn thing. But our boy, he just cashed in a massive reward for surviving the trial of the God of Fury. He finally reached the second stage of his awakening. His hair flashes a brilliant, electric blue, and we all know that color means serious power. He unleashes a divine art so terrifying that even the Lady Justiciar claims it's too much. But it's too late to turn back now. The divine hammer is already falling. Our hero summons a swarm of winged spirits that streak toward the god like bolts of white lightning. The entity barely manages to throw up a magical barrier to save his skin, just barely stopping the strike from turning him into stardust. Recognizing the attack as a legendary light attribute spell that leaves the young rogue totally speechless. It was insane. Everything in sight was vaporized, except for the god himself. Then, the god's shield ripples and morphs, turning into a wicked, gleaming spear in his hands. Standing up from his dark throne, the High Monarch announces he's been waiting for the hero of prophecy to show his face. He was genuinely curious about a human who could actually slap a god around. And now, that man was standing right in front of him. Time to see what the kid is really made of, at least until the Lady Justiciar steps in and tells them to knock it off. She reminds them they're currently in the middle of the trial of the Grand Chef, and interference is strictly forbidden. The celestial god shrugs, saying he wasn't planning on stopping them anyway, since they were the ones who wandered into his backyard. Mentioning the rules makes him remember something, and he actually puts his spear away. Seems the Lord of Mischief had mentioned this earlier. He recalled a meeting where the Jester King said everyone was obsessed with our cheeky hero. They all wanted to throw trials at him to see if he was the ultimate warrior. But here's the catch: if every god attacked at once, the kid would be crushed instantly, and humanity would go up in flames with him. They had to be fair about it. They agreed on a queue based on who showed interest first. He wasn't just being nice, he was just following the list. He asked the room if anyone had a problem with that. Total silence. He grinned, satisfied that the decision was unanimous. The Lord of Slaughter. Yeah, he's stuck at the very back of the line. His ticket number is 389. The Lady Justiciar explains they only came to this dark realm to scavenge rare ingredients, which actually catches the High Monarch off guard. As the master of this hellscape, he can manifest anything he wants with a snap of his fingers. This news hits our hero like a ton of bricks. They tell him they need lava sea urchins, and the monarch just asks, "How many?" Our rogue says they need a mountain of them, and poof asterisk, the creatures start appearing out of thin air. Once the pile is high enough, the god asks what's next. The boy asks for dragon eggs and paradise hairs, and suddenly, the floor is covered in legendary loot. It's so overwhelming that our hero finally realizes there are powers in this universe, far beyond anything he ever imagined. The Lord of Slaughter grumbles at them to hurry up, so he can finally get his turn to fight. Our boy stands there, thinking hard, before flashing a mischievous little smirk and nodding along. He promises to come back one day for a real duel, thanking the monarch for being such a helpful host. As they turn to leave, the god calls out, hoping the kid doesn't die before he gets a chance to kill him. Our hero just tells him to wait and keep his seat, thinking about how lucky he just got. Back in the woods, he checks on the magic tree he grew. He's actually annoyed he didn't discover this flavor sooner. Everyone who tastes the glowing petals agrees. It's like experiencing a lifetime of happiness in one bite. If it tastes this heavenly raw, just imagine how it'll be once it's cooked to perfection. While they're all having an emotional moment over the food, a voice calls out from the brush. It's the second squad. They actually did it. They gathered everything, even that weird rabbit wearing the tiny waistcoat. Talking to himself, our hero is genuinely impressed they pulled it off. The dragon, though, is suspicious. He wants to know where the hell those dragon eggs came from. For a split second, our protagonist has a little private victory celebration, doing a very specific, secret handshake with himself. He didn't think they'd actually get all the ingredients. Now, it's time to merge his powers and become whole again. The dragon is still doubting if the High Monarch was actually bested, but the grumpy old duke just nods, saying he never lost faith for a second. After one taste of those petals, the young squire starts sobbing with joy, and the hero of prophecy is officially the man of the hour. The rumors were flying. Everyone thought he'd already slain the archdemon, a feat Arthur actually planned to pull off very, very soon. Staring at the pile of rare ingredients, Lady Alara was completely lost. She turned to Master Thorn, that grumpy old bigot who claimed he didn't know a single recipe. The old man only cared about ancient lore and insulting every race he saw. Since Arthur had made her the group's cook at the worst possible time, Alara was feeling the pressure. That's when the great Drake made a suggestion. They needed to find the most legendary chef in the entire city. He wasn't 100% sure, but he knew the king's own chef had handled those exact legendary ingredients before. To Arthur, that sounded like a perfect plan. And let's be honest, the eccentric guy just loved the idea of a royal meal. "Time to hunt down that chef," Arthur said, eyeing the dragon. The massive beast just sighed, knowing he'd be stuck playing the guide yet again. So, with their rare loot packed tight, they took to the skies on the dragon's back, soaring straight toward the next great city. Arthur was buzzing with excitement as they approached the palace. Down in the streets, life was normal until one man happened to look up. He'd never seen a bird that huge. The weirdest part, a little boy nearby pointed and shouted that it was some kind of flying machine. His father laughed it off, saying those things only existed in fairy tales, totally oblivious to the dragon descending right toward them. That's when the panic hit. It spread through the city like wildfire. This definitely wasn't a bird, and it sure as hell wasn't a machine. The enormous dragon touched down right in front of them, carrying its strange crew on its back for all to see. Seeing the confusion, Arthur just laughed and called it his super Drake. He hopped off and asked if this was finally the capital of the kingdom. The place felt like a whole different world, but the dragon stopped there, telling them they were on their own from this point on. He had no desire to meet the king of this nation. He warned the heroes to be careful, about to spill some tea on the king's true nature. But Arthur shut him down. No spoilers. Alara noticed that the dragon actually listened, taking the hero's weird rule into account. The dragon shrugged. Fine, they'd understand exactly what he meant once they met the man themselves. Arthur thanked the beast for all the help, genuinely hoping their paths would cross again in the future. The dragon bowed, saying it was an honor to serve the hero of prophecy. "We'll meet again," he promised, and he meant it. Arthur turned to a bewildered father and son, asking to borrow their wheelbarrow. And just like that, they were off, hauling their gear through the capital. Suddenly, the squire started shouting about the hero's arrival, making the girls want to crawl into a hole and die from pure embarrassment. Caliph the assassin felt every eye in the city locked onto them, and she didn't like it one bit. She didn't realize the real reason for the stares until a group of thugs blocked their path, causing a massive scene in the street. Your classic band of bandits. They stepped out and demanded the party hand over every single thing they possessed. Arthur and Nura just shared a look. It was such a cliché, the standard bandits harass the hero event that happens in every story. The lead bandit, annoyed at being ignored, started barking threats about taking their lives along with their loot. One bald thug was busy drooling over Caliph, while the dumbest one in the pack said he had a thing for the unique one, meaning Trap. Big mistake. Trap let out a wave of pure murderous intent that terrified everyone nearby. Arthur just sighed, asking her to at least spare their lives. The bandit leader tried to say something, but he never even saw the attack coming his way. Trap absolutely demolished the entire gang, leaving behind nothing but a trail of pain. Honestly, she's so over this life, she's already thinking about reincarnating. The citizens who saw it were stunned. They'd never seen a group of bandits get wrecked that fast in their entire lives. Someone shouted that he'd seen these people riding a dragon, that the hero of prophecy had finally arrived. After that epic display, the town went wild. Now, Arthur felt he could truly do whatever he wanted in the city. He started tossing petals from the world tree everywhere, and the people practically started worshipping him on the spot. Word travels fast. It didn't take long for the news of the hero's arrival to reach the inner sanctum of the royal castle. A scout rushed to the king, reporting that the self-proclaimed hero was demanding a meeting. But the king, he was way too busy stuffing his face. He called the request ridiculous and told the messenger to just kick the hero out of his sight. But then the messenger mentioned the 4 legendary delicacies the group brought. Finally, the king showed a bit of interest. Greed sparked in his eyes. If it was true, he wanted the group brought before his throne immediately. Arthur stepped into the grand hall and politely asked for permission to enter the king's presence. Hiding his own dark intentions, the king asked why they were here. Arthur explained, they just needed the help of the royal chef. The king agreed, but with a catch. He wanted every single one of those legendary delicacies handed over in exchange. Arthur froze. He hadn't expected the king to be this shameless. Giving them all up, that was going to be a problem. When Arthur hesitated, the king snapped, calling for his guards. The advisor tried to warn him who he was dealing with, but the king, blinded by greed, told him to shut up. The king's personal guard didn't hesitate. They were already drawing steel to carry out his bloody decree. The order was savage: slaughter the men and drag the women into chains. These knights were loyal to a fault, ready to spill blood for their crown. Looking at the crumbling walls and starving faces, Alistair finally saw the rot. This kingdom wasn't just poor, it was a total disaster. He turned to Lyra, his deadly companion, with a simple request: keep them alive. She smiled. Making them suffer slowly was much more her style anyway. The knights charged with a roar, weapons raised. But Lyra, she just stood there, letting her terrifying aura explode. Alistair shook his head. These guys picked the wrong tyrant to die for. They swung their blades, but she crushed them into the dirt before they could even blink. Elite soldiers were tossed like ragdolls through the air. King Cedric watched from his throne, his jaw hitting the floor as his invincible army folded. With the throne room littered with unconscious knights, Alistair strolled right up to the shivering monarch. He figured it was time for a regime change. Why not crown this literal meat patty as the new sovereign of the realm? The once mighty Cedric was now on his knees, sobbing for mercy. Meanwhile, his beefy replacement was already basking in the glory. Yeah, it was as ridiculous as it sounds. With the negotiations done, Alistair demanded they bring out the royal head chef. The broken ex-king didn't argue. He barked an order to his servants to go find the man immediately. Alistair was losing hope in this dump, until a messenger dragged in a man so frail he looked like a skeleton, the royal chef. The man was a wreck. Alistair stared at him, wondering how the greatest cook in the land ended up in such a sorry state. Cedric scoffed, calling the chef a lazy peasant from the slums, even while admitting the man's talent was the only thing worth a damn. That was the final straw. The royal advisor snapped, revealing that the pig king had worked the poor chef to the bone without a single second of rest. The tyrant screamed at his advisor for the betrayal, but Alistair had heard enough. His patience, gone. The sight of the man was revolting. With a nod from the Hamburger King, the sentence was passed, exiled to another dimension. Before the tyrant could even process what was happening, 2 swirling rifts tore open in the air right above his head. The absolute void swallowed him whole. He begged for mercy, but the portal snapped shut, erasing him from existence forever. Lyra noted it had been quite a productive afternoon, but Alistair was focused on the chef, who looked like he was about to collapse. The guy couldn't even stand, yet the literal fate of humanity was resting on his shoulders. Not great. The poor servant was totally spent. When he finally opened his eyes, he started shaking, terrified that he was about to be executed. Alistair stepped in, lowering his voice and telling the man to breathe. The nightmare was over. The trauma ran deep, though. The chef tried to scramble back to the stove, terrified of what would happen if the king went hungry for 5 minutes. Alistair stopped him. The tyrant was gone, and the little talking burger on his shoulder was the new boss of the entire nation. The chef just stared. A talking hamburger. It was insane, but hey, it was still his new king. His first royal decree. Simple. Take all these legendary ingredients they'd hunted and turn them into something spectacular. The chef's eyes nearly popped out. Rare snow rabbits, thought to be extinct, and a cart filled with the rarest delicacies in the world. Alistair told him to go wild and use every single bit of it. No holding back. He hesitated for a second, but then our warrior stepped up. She was ready to be the world's deadliest sous chef. She even looked the part, apron on, daggers out. This wasn't just cooking, this was a war for flavor. The onions were sliced with lethal precision, and that sea urchin sauce. It was simmering into something heavenly. Now, anyone who'd eaten this before would tell you this isn't the standard recipe, but they weren't going for standard. The chef prepped the rabbit legs, making the warrior feel a little guilty about those cute creatures. Just a little. Then came the dragon egg. They had to bash through that reinforced shell, only to find it looked like a giant normal egg inside. They poured everything into that kitchen. By the time they finished, the atmosphere was electric. It was finally ready. Meanwhile, Alistair and the rest of the crew were just chilling in the next room, passing the time with a game of poker. The chef finally emerged with the sample. One whiff and you knew, this was the greatest recipe on the planet. Alistair and the Burger King were stunned. It looked like a basic omelet, completely ordinary, or so they thought. But look closer. Grilled rabbit meat, seared to perfection and wrapped in a golden dragon egg fold, drenched in that rich sea urchin sauce. The aroma was enough to make a man cry. Even Nero was hesitant, almost intimidated by the sheer smell of it. The warrior had sneaked a taste already. It was pure divinity. Now, it was time for the others to give their verdict. Alistair and Lyra braced themselves. The first forkful was ready. He took the bite. Boom! An absolute explosion of flavor hit him like a freight train. He was completely, utterly floored. It was like he'd been a ghost his whole life and only just realized it. One taste of that dish and suddenly, he finally felt alive. His soul felt like it was drifting through another dimension, uncovering the secret to human existence. The meaning of life itself, revealed through a single bite. The experience was so hauntingly beautiful that all he could do was stand there and weep. He was completely overwhelmed. It felt like his palate had touched paradise, like he was wandering the golden Elysian fields with eternity stretching out before him. The flavor was a warm hug and a divine lesson all at once. It was so intense, so perfect, that he actually forgot he existed for a second. An experience so profound there aren't even words for it, only the taste of that one dish. Tears started falling again because, during that journey of flavor, he encountered something truly magnificent. A radiant entity held him like a child, flooding his heart with pure, immense love. All of this, from just one omelet. Even our renegade hero had to admit it. The man was a pervert, but the food, absolutely legendary. Lady Nora agreed that it was divine. Every single person who took a bite was left completely speechless. Now, they just had to thank the chef who pulled it off. Our hero was finally ready to face the trial of the stars. The cook was just as grateful. These warriors had saved his kingdom, and he prayed they would survive the coming challenge. With the work done, the renegade used a gentle spell to put the exhausted cook into a deep sleep. He turned to the team, asking if everyone was ready to go. Next stop, the dimension of the celestial Duchess of Gastronomy. Their guide opened the portal to the celestial realm. Our hero was betting everything on his team's hidden culinary skills. After everything they'd survived so far, their confidence was at an all-time high. They stepped through, and total darkness. They were in a void where they couldn't see their own hands in front of their faces. The knight started to panic, but our protagonist quickly sparked an illumination spell to light up the gloom. The Celestial Duchess was actually impressed by their speed. She was eager to taste their food, but she wasn't looking for anything predictable. Taking a tip from the Lord of Mischief, she decided to throw a massive curveball that caught the whole team off guard. This wasn't just a tasting. It was a full-blown, high-stakes cooking competition. For a moment, they were just standing there confused, while the renegade started fuming at the Lord of Mischief for this mess. The Duchess loomed over them. "Do you still remember the rules of this challenge? You must satisfy my hunger. You find the ingredients and you cook them yourselves. Period." No negotiations. And before she even finished speaking, she summoned the other contestants. Master chefs from every corner of the multiverse appeared, each bringing the highest quality ingredients from their own worlds. If our hero's dish didn't stand out as the absolute best, she wasn't going to be satisfied. Nora shouted that changing the rules was unfair, but the renegade already knew the game was rigged for fun. He just smirked and promised to cook the best meal on the planet. Then, the Duchess revealed she'd already been keeping an eye on a specific favorite. She pointed to a man, napping in the corner of the kitchen, with a tiny rabbit sitting on his head. Their hearts sank. That was the chef who had just cooked for them, and he had every single ingredient they were planning to use. Cornered, the renegade checked the system. Where the hell were the supplies they brought with them? Even the knight was losing hope. That cook was a true titan in the kitchen. Beating him seemed impossible. The first dish was served, a shimmering fish jelly from the Great Clam Assembly. The chef claimed it was perfected when paired with earth marrow, and for a second, it looked like the Duchess was going to approve. She took a bite, completely unbiased. "Truly delicious," she admitted, and the chef actually thought he'd won. But then came the critique. It wasn't cooked to the proper point. Since he failed, the Duchess extinguished him right there on the spot. Time for the next dish. After seeing someone get erased like that, the other cooks were absolutely paralyzed with fear. The hamburger king of the aisles realized the stakes were literally life or death, while their friend, the cook, started apologizing profusely. The Duchess dropped another bomb. No sharing ingredients under any circumstances. Our hero was absolutely outraged. Nora argued that those were their ingredients to begin with, but the cook could only look down, regretting that he couldn't repay their kindness. He felt terrible that he'd become a hurdle for the very people who saved his nation. The renegade knew they needed a new strategy fast. While the Duchess was busy executing another failing cook, he prepared his move. Their ingredients were gone, and the room was smelling like death. Our hero stood tall as the Duchess turned her gaze toward them. "So," she asked, Are you losers ready to fail too? This bought them a few more minutes to hunt down the missing components. The dark one, he figured the whole thing was just a sick joke. Meanwhile, Lady Celeste promised to sample their platter once it was finished, forcing Lady Althea to scramble and calm Julian down before he snapped. Sir Gareth thought about using a summoning spell for the goods, but the divine taster wasn't having it. Only ingredients gathered by hand would count. Using magic to conjure or duplicate the supplies is considered pure cheating. This made every new attempt feel like a suicide mission. The group was cornered and desperately needed a miracle. Elena suggested turning back the clock, but the Dark One knew better. Beings of that rank are completely immune to time manipulation. That's when a crazy thought struck him. He caught a glimpse of the finish line. As the sovereign of the feast continued her tasting, Julian told the team he had a plan. Baron Thorn laughed, saying sometimes you just have to charge through the chaos. There's nothing like a life-or-death gamble to keep things interesting. Turning toward Lady Althea, he told her he had one very important question. The next dish served to Lady Celeste was made entirely of crushed minerals. She didn't even take a bite. Instead, she just obliterated the cook on the spot. As the minutes ticked by, more and more creatures were being wiped from existence. Hope was fading fast for the remaining chefs. None of their creations could satisfy a palate that was quickly turning from bored to insulted. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The master chef had finally presented his masterpiece. She wondered if he'd used dragon eggs, but the man just looked her in the eye and called it the greatest omelet in the world. Bold move. He even admitted the only reason he finished it was thanks to the hero party's hard work. Without a second thought, the goddess took a bite of the eggs. For a moment, her expression was a complete mystery, until she revealed it was flawless. The name fit the recipe perfectly. She declared it the finest meal on the planet, naming the chef a top contender for the crown. The remaining cooks started spiraling into a panic. As Celeste praised the quality and asked for the source of the ingredients, the master chef did the unthinkable. He gave up. Right there in front of everyone, he quit the competition. He couldn't lie to himself. Since he hadn't gathered the ingredients with his own 2 hands, his conscience wouldn't let him take the win. Furious, the goddess asked if he was looking to be executed right then and there. That's when Julian stepped in. He claimed those ingredients were his, declaring that no matter what, he and his team were walking away with the victory. His sheer arrogance was enough to make even the squire tremble. The master chef was left completely speechless. Celeste was intrigued. To her, it made no sense to destroy a chef with that much talent. After several hours of grueling competition, only 8 contenders remained out of the original 100. But there was still one group left. The champions of Avalon hadn't been tested yet. Approaching them, the goddess demanded to know why they hadn't even lit a fire. Julian fired back, saying they followed every insane rule she'd set, and now they had some conditions of their own. She scoffed, assuming it was a desperate bluff. If they were just stalling because they were afraid of dying, she was done with them. Then Julian hit her with the ultimate insult. He asked if she was truly the sovereign of cuisine, if she was actually qualified to even understand real flavor. The woman snapped, saying that tasting was her entire reason for being. She wanted to know if the boy was actually doubting her. Death was too good for him. He needed a much harsher lesson. She promised to hunt down all of mankind, cook them, and eat every last person until the world was empty. Althea was shaking, realizing Julian's gamble was way too reckless. But then he dropped the bombshell condition. If she wanted to taste their food, she had to shed her divinity. She had to become human. She was instantly insulted, but Julian looked to Lady Althea for confirmation. Higher beings can choose to give up their status. These immortal entities, they are incapable of understanding the soul of a meal. Nature is brutal and delicious. Look at how the rabbit is hunted by everything in the woods. Julian told her flat out, the only way to feel the true taste of life in their dish was to experience it through human senses. This proposal made the rest of the team sweat bullets. Meanwhile, the goddess started to laugh, a cold, terrifying sound. She accepted. She wanted to prove once and for all that she understood the essence of a meal. She would descend into a human form for a brief moment, but the rules of the challenge remained the same. And one more thing, if he dared to strike her while she was in that mortal state, she would consider it an act of sabotage. The game would end immediately. Since the Lady of Judgment was watching, her word was law. She had to be fair. Lady Seraphina, the star of feasts, was way too cocky. Sir Cedric asked Alistair if this was really the plan, but Alistair just smirked. This was the opening he needed. The goddess was officially saying goodbye to her godhood, confirming she'd be a mere mortal for a while. That's when Alistair stepped up. "You look exhausted," he whispered. Then boom, he triggered a time rewind that left the divine entity completely lost. Normally, that kind of magic wouldn't even tickle a star from the heavens. But now that she'd ditched her powers, she was wide open, nothing to stop the spell from hitting her full force. Alistair wasn't playing around. His plan was moving forward, and it was bold as hell. They dragged her into the Blackwood forest. "Where are we going?" she demanded. Alistair's response, "Trust me, you'll find out soon enough." A shadow crossed the sun. A dragon. It slammed into the earth right in front of them, looking absolutely lethal, and for the first time, Seraphina felt real human fear. Alistair called the beast Lord Valther. Seraphina was floored. How on earth did a human know a dragon's true name? Alara saw it too. There was no doubt they really had jumped back in time. Alistair looked at the dragon. "Transform, quickly, the hero of prophecy is here." Meanwhile, Seraphina was just shaking in her boots. The Lady of Judgment promised she wouldn't get hurt, and Alistair gave her a nod of confirmation. He wouldn't let her die, but then he dropped the question. "You'd really do anything for the ultimate meal, right?" Being the goddess of gastronomy, she was all in. She was dying to see what human cuisine could actually do. Then his voice went cold. "Dangerous." Alistair told her to trust him completely, while thinking to himself that she was going to regret this. She was already on the ground, looking like a total wreck. She started doing sit-ups, but the poor woman had zero clue what the point of this exercise was. Alistair barked at her to fix her attitude while the dragon, the dragon, oversaw her training. Sir Cedric muttered that she'd never spent a day in the King's Guard, and they should be thanking the soldiers while they stood around chatting. She was completely lost. What does manual labor have to do with fine dining? Alistair just glared. "Are you questioning my orders?" Right then, the star started deeply regretting every single life choice. So the grind continued. Physical drills that pushed her straight to the breaking point. Eventually, her legs turned to jelly, and she just collapsed right there on the dirt. Alistair was over her in a second. "Oh, look who's finally awake." She growled back, "If this food isn't legendary, you're a dead man." He just smiled. She had energy again, so time for more training. She recognized the mana gathering. "Wait," she yelled, but he didn't care. Request denied. This time, she's dangling from a rope, white-knuckling it for her life. She was hanging off the Great World Tree, once again wondering how her life became such a mess. Alistair's command was simple. "Climb, pick those flowers." She just couldn't wrap her head around why she had to do this. It was suicide. One slip and it was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Judgment tried to calm her down, promising they'd catch her. Sir Cedric thought this was overkill, but the protagonist just shrugged. Remember, this woman tried to erase them once. Watching her sweat, pure, unadulterated satisfaction for him. She kept struggling with that rope. Alistair realized at this rate, she'd be climbing until sunset. But after a brutal struggle, she finally managed to snag one of those rare petals. She took a bite right then and there. Oh man, it was way more delicious than she ever dreamed. After all that torture, she finally had 1 second of bliss. And then, yoink, Alistair snatched it right out of her hand. "That's for the pot," he said. "We need it for the actual dish." She promised to murder them all, but the Lady of Judgment chimed in. "Rule number 1, no threatening the participants." Alistair told her there was still work to do. She started wondering if they were actually ever going to get around to cooking. Deep in the fortress of despair, thunder shook the sky, and a massive, mocking laugh echoed through the halls. Lord Valerius, the star of war, was watching the whole thing. He thought her human experience was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. She was mortal now. She looked at the man on the dark throne and gasped. What was the god of war doing in a place like this? Alistair didn't miss a beat. "Beau," he ordered, "and ask him nicely." That was a hard pill to swallow, but Alistair reminded her, those ingredients belong to him, your move. The astral lord of slaughter was done with waiting. He wanted this trial finished, now, so he could finally start the real carnage. Safe to say, everyone was terrified. Meanwhile, the Lady of Banquets demanded her ingredients. Without a word, the rare goods were handed over to her divine grace immediately. Our hero, Sir Cedric, took one look at the spread. Everything was there. It was time to whip up a masterpiece that would shake the heavens. The lady's eyes lit up. Pure joy. For the first time in eons, she remembered that feeling, the raw, desperate excitement of tasting a legendary recipe again. But Sir Cedric didn't stick around. He vanished from the Hall of War, eager to push the story forward and get to the next chapter of this madness. Back in his lonely fortress, the Lord of Slaughter realized he'd made a mistake. He was bored, completely alone. Why? Because every single one of them had headed for the Imperial Palace. Sir Cedric didn't expect to see that arrogant king again. But here they were. Guards, please. He cut through them like butter again. The king was a total joke, begging for his life while his crown sat precariously on the head of that golden squire. Talk about a bizarre sight. Long story short, the tyrant got tossed into the abyss. Now the heavy lifting fell to Lady Alara. She's a knight, sure, but her cooking, top tier. Even so, the Lady of Banquets looked worried. Alara didn't miss it. She saw that flicker of doubt in the deity's eyes and knew the pressure was on. They burst into the kitchens only to find the head chef out cold, napping. Just like last time, the poor guy was absolutely drained from the day's chaos. Tiptoeing past the snoring chef, Alara took her place at the hearth. She had a kitchen to commandeer and no time to lose. The Lady of Banquets was losing it. "I'm starving," she yelled. She didn't get the delay. To her, every second of prep felt like a personal insult. Finally, done. The recipe was complete, and the deity couldn't even pretend to be cool anymore. Her anticipation was through the roof. She tried to pull herself together, just for a second. She announced she'd judge the meal as a mortal would. But first, she needed to look the part of a highborn lady. She made one thing clear. After all this waiting, if that plate wasn't perfection, they'd all be wishing they'd stayed in the abyss. For a heartbeat, Alara felt the pressure. It was intense. Then the lady asked the big question, "What is this?" Alara didn't say a word. She just presented the dish with a bow. A new creation, the finest lasagna in the entire kingdom. Alara was sure the layers of flavors would be a hit, but the Lady of Banquets wasn't even listening. Her hunger was louder than any explanation could ever be. Alara kept explaining the technique, but it was useless. For the first time in her immortal life, a literal goddess was being driven wild by nothing but pure, unadulterated hunger. She was ready to dive in. That's when Alara realized the truth. The best dish wasn't the most complex one. It was the one that hit that hunger exactly where it lived. First bite. Boom. The moment it touched her tongue, her entire body reacted like she'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. Tears, real tears, started streaming down her face. The lady was speechless. The flavor, it was more than she could even process. While she sat there, overwhelmed by the meal, the head chef finally woke up. He saw her, this divine woman moved to tears by food, and fell head over heels instantly. Sir Cedric leaned in. "Well, what do you think?" her answer. "I feel regret." Her entire existence as an astral lord felt hollow compared to this. It used the same basics as the omelet from before, but this was a completely different dimension of flavor. She admitted it. For the first time, she truly understood what a meal was supposed to be. There was no arguing with a masterpiece. Alara wiped her brow. "So, the challenge." The lady's response was exactly what they needed to hear. Approved, 100%. The news hit them like a victory parade, and the celebration started right then and there. Alara turned to Sir Cedric. "Did you know?" She wondered if he'd planned this perfect ending all along. He shrugged. It was a gamble. He was just looking for the most interesting flow for the story and tried to create the best path forward possible. She didn't quite get his logic, but then Nar showed up, pointing out that none of this happens without Alara's help. Cedric nodded. He remembered the lasagna she'd made at her family estate. It was legendary. Honestly, her talent in the kitchen was the only reason he even dared to try such a crazy strategy. He thanked her properly, which turned poor Alara bright red, but Cedric had other things on his mind. Victory meant rewards. The system hummed to life, granting him the power to ascend to stage 3 of his path. But even with the new power, his internal battles felt like losses. Frustrated, the system told him he was on his own from here. The boy wouldn't take it. He told the Golden Squire that nothing mattered more than getting stronger, no matter the cost. He knows he can't touch the astral lords yet, not even close, but he's done being their plaything. He's finished with these endless trials. The lady of banquets cleared the entire table, not a scrap left. The head chef watched her, looking like the happiest man alive. He stepped forward, eyes shining. "My lady, are you still hungry?" She tried to act dignified, she really did. "Well, I suppose I could manage a bit more." That's when the chef made his move. He offered to create a custom dessert just for her. Dee never seen anyone appreciate food like that, and as a cook, he was completely smitten. She accepted immediately. No hesitation. Sir Cedric watched the scene play out, realizing exactly where this was going. The Lady of Justice chimed in then. Their fellow lord had worked hard, but would she report all this madness to the High King of the Stars? Before giving her answer, she turned to the master chef once more, deciding that silence was the best choice for now. She was choosing to stay in this realm as a mere mortal. Lady Justina grew worried, warning her that the trial was over and she had to return to her throne among the stars. But the noble lady was lost in thought. She truly wanted to rediscover the soul of the culinary arts from the very beginning. Justina argued that if she remained a mortal, the delicate balance of the entire kingdom of the heavens could be torn apart. But the lady of the feast had already made up her mind. She walked over to the knight and whispered a few words, handing the girl her legendary artifacts, a set of perfectly pristine silver cutlery. The knight hesitated, unsure if she could ever accept such a grand treasure, but the celestial lady told her it was simply a token of her gratitude. The girl stood there, completely stunned, while the exile realized that this little game had just become much more entertaining. Justina looked around and realized things were falling apart. The Lord of Fury had vanished, and now the Lady of the Feast had abandoned her post entirely. The humans she was supposed to be supervising were causing massive ripples throughout the entire universe. Our knight had no idea how to actually wield those divine tools. So she shared them with her party, giving the master-crafted knife to the assassin, who immediately started dreaming of dark deeds. All that was left for her was the golden spoon. The exile recommended she keep it for herself so she could finally grow stronger. Suddenly, the squire of savories, that little food spirit, hopped off our hero's shoulder and approached the celestial duchess. He slowly took the crown from his own head, telling her that if she was going to stay in this place, then she should be the queen of these people. He knew she had wanted to eat him during her training, and he respected the fact that she held herself back. But she just shook her head, reminding him that she was the lady of gastronomy. She would never eat just anything. Still, she was genuinely thankful for the gift, even though the little squire's pride was absolutely crushed. She figured if she took a leadership role in the realm of war, she would surely learn a lot. Hearing that, the exile laughed to himself. He was certain she didn't know that lord either. He could feel it. Another challenge was coming soon. They had already survived 2 so far, but the worst was yet to come. The scout, Narrow, noticed that with every trial, the very nature of their story seemed to change. Our protagonist had to agree. He wondered if the architect ever got tired of this work, but then Justina announced there would be no more trials. She was going to try and convince the High Council to let everyone return to their normal lives at last. The knight looked up with hope. Did that mean they wouldn't be dragged into any more of these deadly adventures? That is when Lord Merriment appeared with a grin, saying that was going to be very difficult. His sudden arrival shocked everyone. He told them the next celestial lord was already waiting, and he was taking them there immediately. Justina tried to scream for him to stop, but Merriment just laughed. He said the next one was a zodiac lord, and they would be quick about it. In an instant, they were snatched from that world, leaving only the chef and the celestial duchess behind in the silence. Our hero woke up in the middle of a miserable, rain-soaked land. He was furious. Lord Merriment had just dumped them in this swamp and vanished. Using his magic to shield himself from the downpour, he checked on the others, but the rain had already soaked them to the bone. He looked around this disgusting place, wondering what kind of twisted noble would actually live here. That is when the scout, Snare, froze. She felt a massive killing intent, something far more terrifying than any of the other lords. Then, a mysterious voice whispered back that it wasn't really that intense. A woman slowly emerged from a murky puddle of water, telling them that beating her trial was absolutely impossible. She finally revealed herself, Lady Scorpion. Justina recognized her instantly, the Duchess of Despair. The presence of that woman changed everything. The weight of the situation suddenly became crushing. Justina begged her to stop, saying these people couldn't handle another challenge, but she was completely ignored. No matter what Lady Justina tried to say, the Duchess had already decided their fate. The High Council kept preaching that they had to suffer through these trials to become more powerful. She couldn't wait any longer. The energy she could harvest from these lives was top tier, and she wanted to consume it right now. So, she wasn't going to give up on her game for anyone. That is when they noticed the swamp was shifting. The air grew heavy, and the black water began to rise higher and higher. The Duchess wanted them to drown in hopelessness. Surrender to despair, that was her only condition. But the exile wasn't about to let that happen. He used his power to trigger a massive explosion, stopping the water from swallowing them whole. He stared the Duchess down and demanded that she pay attention to him. Alistair looked at these so-called gods, entities that breathe life into the world only to tear it away, and felt nothing but disgust. The fallen knight wasn't having it, immediately tapping into the third stage of his ascension. For a split second, he actually thought about recruiting her as an ally. After all, the Creator had gifted this astral lady with a truly stunning design. But he shook that thought off fast. This divine being clearly had zero respect for the lives of mortals. Before he could launch his signature finger flick strike, the astral lady caught it with one hand, mocking him. She wasn't about to let something that dangerous happen inside her own domain. That's when it clicked for Alistair. This woman possessed terrifying speed and raw power. The 12 lords of the firmament were on a completely different level of strength. Compared to the Duke of Wrath he'd fought before, she was a monster. If this astral truly wanted him dead, there wasn't much the young knight could do. Still, he wasn't going down without a fight, pulling out the relic of bloodshed. Lady Alara, the sovereign of despair, instantly recognized the artifact that once belonged to the Duke of Wrath. He finally broke through her guard, landing a heavy blow that forced the astral lady to actually defend herself for once. That strike was pure fury, loaded with enough destructive energy to leave a permanent scar on the very atmosphere of the kingdom. Thanks to his third stage ascension, Alistair could finally wield the relic's power without letting the internal rage consume his mind. Forced back, the sovereign of despair gasped, unable to believe it. A mere human wasn't supposed to possess that kind of world-shattering strength. Seeing her stagger, Alistair felt a surge of hope, charging forward with every intention of ending the fight right then and there. But suddenly, his blade was halted by the arrival of Lady Gwendolen, the avatar of justice. She told him this wasn't the way, but Alistair just barked at her to move out of his light. He warned her that if she kept interfering, she'd become a boring character and lose her following, but Gwendolen insisted she was only trying to protect humanity. She knew that if Alistair went any further, the High Council of Astrals would descend and wipe them all from existence. Her warnings fell on deaf ears, though. Meanwhile, Lady Alara stood back up, her eyes cold as she repeated that his struggle was utterly pointless. Humanity's extinction was already written in stone because she had personally decreed it. Those words hit the party like a physical blow, leaving them paralyzed with the fear that the end was truly near. Looking toward the horizon, their hearts sank as a massive wall of water approached, a tsunami so huge it blotted out the sun. The astral lady laughed, telling them they would all drown in her swamp of despair. Realizing his friends were about to experience true hopelessness, Alistair scrambled to manifest a magic barrier to protect them. But before he could finish the spell, the Sovereign of Despair blitzed him, striking him down while whispering for him to just give up. Lady Gwendolyn tried to steady the group, urging them to follow her voice through the darkness of the astral's authority. Once the swamp took them, they would be trapped in illusions of their own darkest, most painful memories. It would be an endless cycle of agony, but she told them they had to endure. If they could hold on, they would find a way out. Gwendolyn then turned to Lady Alara, defending the mortals she had come to respect. She told the Sovereign that these humans were remarkable, possessing wisdom and a willpower that could shake the very foundations of the universe. "They aren't the weaklings you think they are," she declared, fully believing they would crush this challenge and emerge stronger. Just as she finished her defiant speech, the massive wave crashed down, swallowing everything in sight. "Don't let it break you," Gwendolyn cried out as the crushing weight of the swamp swept them all away. Alistair tried to hold his barrier, but Gwendolyn caught him in her arms, promising him that his companions would be safe under her watch. She told him he had to stop fighting the water and instead look despair directly in the eye. Only by facing it, head-on, could he win. Alistair took a final look at his friends and entrusted their lives to Gwendolyn. She gave him a firm nod, promising to guard their physical bodies with her very life while they were gone. With a deep breath, Alistair dropped his shield and let the darkness of despair swallow him whole. He felt his consciousness sinking into a bottomless, freezing lake until everything went black, only to be jolted awake by a familiar, harsh voice. A man was shouting at him, complaining that he'd told the boy to go buy bread hours ago, but he was still lazy and sleeping. Then, bam, the man grabbed his hair and slammed his face into the floor. Alistair groaned, head throbbing, as the man asked if the idiot was finally awake. He was told to move it. He was currently sitting in the middle of a crowded academy classroom. This didn't feel like time travel, though. Alistair quickly realized this must be the despair scenario Gwendolyn had warned him about. The man kept barking threats, and Alistair realized he was looking at his younger, weaker self, the boy who was once the Academy's favorite victim. He stared at his trembling hands, wondering what the hell he was supposed to do to escape this nightmare. Alistair decided to cling to the dream. He truly believed those god-slaying powers were still flowing through his veins, even in this nightmare. But Lord Cedric didn't follow the script. Our boy Alistair thought he was about to deliver a legendary, justice-filled beatdown to this arrogant noble. Instead, total disaster. It wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter that left him eating dirt. He even tried a high-level freezing spell, desperate to turn that bully into an ice sculpture right then and there. Nothing, not even a spark. He just stood there like a complete idiot, and honestly, that just made Cedric even more bloodthirsty. No ancient artifacts, no holy magic, nothing. Our legendary hero was just a human punching bag, unable to land a single counter against the onslaught. In that moment, there was only one thing left, pure, soul-crushing despair. Cedric kept the hits coming, snarling that things would get way worse if Alistair didn't start obeying his every whim. That's when Alistair started to really think. It was insane to remember. Not long ago, he was a being who could shatter entire kingdoms with a mere snap of his fingers. He tried to convince himself this was all just a fiction happening in his head, but he started worrying about his comrades who were likely facing similar hells. In the real world, Cedric was never this much of a monster. That realization sparked something. The boy decided it was time to gather his strength and finally stand up. He wasn't going to let this darkness win. Not today. The moment the jerk turned his back, Alistair lunged. Using those raw, world-saving hero instincts, he charged forward with everything he had left in his tank. He actually connected, but, yeah, it felt like a flea biting a dragon, nowhere near as effective as he had imagined in his head. All it did was piss the bully off. Cedric grabbed him by the throat, a clear sign that the next beating was going to be anything but gentle. Thump, the sound of Alistair's body hitting the stone floor echoed through the hall. His face was a swollen mess, practically unrecognizable at this point. If he had his magic, he'd have turned that brat into literal minced meat for the hounds. Trapped inside the training hall, he couldn't even summon his divine interface. If he kept taking hits like this, he was going to lose himself to the void. Reality check. He needed to learn how to actually fight. He couldn't do this solo. He needed someone to teach him the way of the blade. Immediately, he thought of Lady Alina, the elite warrior from his old squad who had legendary athletic skills. Even if he couldn't master magic, he could at least improve his physical form. His plan: find her during the midday bells. Walking out of the hall, his nose was still a bloody mess. Not exactly the best look for a secret meeting, totally embarrassing. But before he could even say a word to her, he spotted Alina talking to none other than Lord Cedric. They looked way too close for comfort. Alina clearly wasn't feeling it, even if that dense prick Cedric couldn't take a hint to save his life. He kept crowding her space until the warrior finally snapped, pushing him back and telling him to stay far away from her. Cedric looked ready to double down on being a scumbag, but Alistair was already closing the distance. He leaped. Clinging to Cedric's back like a frantic backpack, he told the jerk to get lost because Alina was going out with him now. Honestly, even Alistair didn't know where that came from. It was a complete panic move. Alina just stood there, stunned. She watched the whole chaotic scene with a look of pure confusion on her face. Cedric finally lost it, screaming that Alistair was begging for a shallow grave. Alina stepped in, trying to kill the tension before things escalated to a lethal level. Too late. Cedric grabbed Alistair and slammed him into the stone floor with a bone-shattering impact. It was brutal. The kind of move that would break a normal person, absolutely psychotic behavior for anyone watching. It reminded me of that legendary duel in the Grand Arena, where Michael of Chandler did the same, but still lost to the great Charles of the Bronx. Seeing the violence, Alina glared at Cedric and asked if he was looking for a one-way trip to the royal dungeons. He just laughed it off, bragging that his father's gold could cover his crimes any time. Meanwhile, Alistair lay on the floor, barely able to move. He realized he was powerless against this despair. Then came the whispers, the crowd's mocking, degrading comments cut deeper than the bruises. Alistair just wanted peace, but Cedric wasn't done yet. He moved in to attack the broken boy again. That's when Alina stepped in. She caught his hand midair, leaving the jerk speechless as she told him, in no uncertain terms, to stop. He didn't like that one bit. Seeing her defend a weirdo like Alistair really got under his skin. Alina stayed furious until he gripped her hand tightly, demanding to know if there was something going on between the two of them. Big mistake. The lady wasn't going to tolerate that kind of abuse for another second. In a flash, she gripped his hand, executed a perfect circular movement, and twisted his wrist until he dropped to his knees in agony. She didn't stop there. She delivered a flurry of strikes to his face, all while Alistair remained on the ground, flirting with his own despair. It happened way too fast. The mighty jerk was completely dismantled by the warrior in seconds. As the dust settled, Alistair dragged himself up from the floor. What he just witnessed, absolutely, mind-blowingly incredible. Lady Isabella approached the poor lad, her brow furrowed with worry. She asked if he was all right, as he'd hit the back of his skull against the stone floor with a sickening thud. Arthur didn't recognize the fancy medical terms she used. Isabella sighed and explained he'd taken a nasty blow to his head, and she simply wanted to know if he was still in one piece. It stung like hell, but it didn't seem to be anything life-threatening, at least not yet. She demanded to know why he'd even bothered to interfere. She could have handled those thugs on her own. That's when the young man asked if she even knew how to fight. She revealed she'd studied combat scrolls of the Royal Vanguard for years, training to become a knight one day, something Arthur never would have imagined in 1,000 years. Isabella continued, warning him that even if he felt fine now, a blow to the head like that was always a dangerous gamble. Reaching out her hand to him with a rare moment of kindness. She asked if he could stand so she could escort him to the healer's ward. Touched by the gesture, Arthur reached back, and their fingers finally met. That's when the gravity of the situation finally started to sink in. That brute Cedric had already scrambled back to his feet, looking absolutely livid. He snarled at them, demanding to know what kind of secret relationship they were hiding. Before they could even get a word in, the jerk growled that he wouldn't show Isabella any mercy just because she was a lady of the court. He was dead serious about playing the villain. It was enough to make Arthur feel a genuine chill of worry. Even if this was all just a magical simulation, seeing a noble try to strike his own classmate felt way too extreme for Arthur to handle. Cedric looked completely unhinged as he charged at the girl. But Isabella, her eyes were filled with a coldness forged in the fires of battle. She didn't look afraid, not even a little bit. Suddenly, a voice echoed down the corridor, announcing that the headmaster was approaching. They were just moments away from a duel that would have ended in absolute disaster. But the second he heard about the master, Cedric's inner coward came crawling out. He had to follow his usual pathetic script and retreat. Before slinking away, he made sure to snarl that Arthur was going to get a brutal beating once the school bells rang. He spat on the boy's head as he left, which made Isabella even more furious. She muttered that besides being a complete jerk, the guy was just plain disgusting. She couldn't wrap her head around how some people could be so vile, while Arthur just insisted he was doing fine. Since this whole world was just a grand illusionary realm, none of the pain he felt here was actually real. Just seeing her get so worked up for his sake was enough for him. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure watched the unlikely pair with a subtle, knowing smile on their face. They finally made it to the healer's ward. And Arthur kept insisting he didn't need help. He'd made it there on his own 2 feet, after all. Maybe he was okay. His eyes didn't look so glassy anymore. She had to lean in close to be absolutely certain, which made Arthur more than a little anxious. She told him to stay put until the healer arrived. So, Arthur lay back on the cot while the lady knight sat guard beside him, waiting for the master to show up. That's when he finally asked why she was still sticking around. She claimed there was no one else to watch over him if he had a relapse. Besides, she wasn't exactly in the mood to go back to a boring lecture anyway. That bit of honesty just made her look even more charming to Arthur. He asked her once again how she'd learned to hold her own in a fight. Isabella just shut him down, saying she wasn't looking to get into a pointless conversation with him. Knowing she wanted silence, the boy simply thanked her for the help and asked if she wanted to hear a bit of history. Arthur and that jerk Cedric had actually known each other since they were children, back when Arthur's father worked for Cedric's noble estate. When they were little, they used to play together like they were actually friends, until one day. Arthur started to realize just how different their worlds truly were. Things changed naturally after that. One fine afternoon, Arthur accidentally bumped into someone. He looked back, not quite understanding what had just happened, only to find a pack of young thugs staring him down, with his childhood friend, Cedric, standing right among them. He did nothing. They had grown worlds apart without either of them even realizing it. Before he became a loser in the noble's eyes, they were actually close, until the treatment he received from Cedric became an unbearable nightmare. But the truth is, things didn't start out this toxic. Hearing this, Isabella called him an absolute idiot, saying it was his own fault for letting things end up this way. He couldn't bring himself to agree with those harsh words. Some people are born strong like her, while others are just useless like him. Isabella snapped that his words were nothing but pathetic self-pity. If he actually tried, he could change his fate. Arthur just shook his head, saying she only talked like that because she didn't understand his life. His father's livelihood was tied to that noble house. That's why he felt like his hands were completely tied. Once again, the girl just called him a fool. She didn't believe for a second that his father would want him to live like a doormat, but then she let out a deep sigh, realizing she'd pushed the conversation too far. That's the moment Arthur finally reached out to her for help. At first, Alara was completely lost, but he hit her with her own words, reminding her that she was the one who said life only changes if you actually step up. So, he made his move, asking the Lady Knight to train him and teach him how to fight like a true warrior. It was a request that caught the warrior off guard, but honestly, she looked almost relieved to hear it. She looked him dead in the eye and asked if he was truly serious about this sudden hunger for strength. But before they could even finish, her eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying blue light. "No," she snapped coldly, leaving poor Arthur totally baffled. Despair hit him like a physical blow as he wondered what went wrong. Then, Alara dropped the hammer, claiming she had zero interest in spending another second in his company. Then the world warped again. The very bed beneath him dissolved into a dark, suffocating swamp. He thrashed against the muck, refusing to let the darkness take him. He knew he couldn't just give up, not when he was this close to changing his fate. With a desperate grunt and every ounce of strength he had left, the boy managed to haul himself upward. Grabbing the wooden bed frame for support, he looked at his friend and blurted out that he loved her. Those 3 words hit her like a spell, snapping her right out of her strange trance. The absolute madman didn't stutter. He said it again, even louder this time. He confessed his feelings, though he admitted he only had the guts to say it because he was convinced none of this nightmare was actually real. He was betting his entire life on this one moment, while Alara just looked at him with pure irritation, convinced he had finally lost his mind. She stood up, cold as ice, telling him she regretted ever getting involved in his mess with Lord Cedric. Meanwhile, Arthur was sinking deeper and deeper into the dark marsh. Before she could storm out, he yelled a single word: pot pie. He shouted that it was her absolute favorite dish to cook. The warrior froze, looking back in total confusion. How could he possibly know that? But he didn't stop there. He kept listing every secret he knew about her. He talked about how she dreamed of the knighthood as a child, her secret love for falconry, and how she was secretly a master in the kitchen. Now she was convinced he was some kind of high-level creep who had been stalking her, and Arthur could barely defend himself as the swamp rose to his chin. Then he dropped the biggest lie of all, that he was actually her lover from the future. It was a massive gamble, but he had absolutely nothing left to lose. That revelation absolutely fried her brain. Alara stood there, completely speechless, unable to process a single word. She just turned and bolted from the room. As Arthur vanished completely into the bed, he couldn't help but think he might have overplayed his hand just a little bit. As he sank into the dark abyss, he wondered if this was truly the end. But then, snap, a hand reached through the water and grabbed him. He was hauled back to the surface, gasping for air on the dry bed. It was Alara, and boy, did she have questions about this future lover nonsense. She finally admitted it. He was right. She did love falconry, and she did love to cook. Now it was his turn to talk. She demanded to know how he knew her secrets and what kind of madness he was talking about with the time travel stuff. Arthur had to think fast to make sense of it all. That's when he realized something. She was still gripping his hand with everything she had. She looked absolutely mortified, clearly embarrassed by his earlier love confession. The moment she realized they were still touching, she panicked and punched him right in the face, even though she was the one who wouldn't let go of his hand. Just then, the matron walked in and saw the 2 students. She just stood there, wondering why a simple healing session had turned into a full-blown beatdown. Once they were outside the academy, the truth finally came out. The whole boyfriend from the future thing, a total lie. But he explained the rest, that they were comrades fighting monsters from the shadow realm, and one of those beasts had trapped them in this mystic mind prison. After hearing that, she was 100% sure he was just a mentally unstable degenerate who needed a priest and some serious therapy. Honestly, even Arthur agreed the story sounded insane. And the weirdest part, she hadn't even noticed him sinking into the bed earlier. He promised to stop bothering her, but he begged her one last time to teach him how to fight. He couldn't let Cedric keep pushing him around. Elara groaned, really not wanting to waste her training time on someone she still considered a total weirdo. But Arthur swore to her everything else he said was the truth. No more lies, except for that desperate bit about the future. He proved he knew her heart and her life, promising her that from here on out, he'd be completely honest. She couldn't help but wonder if the confession part was true, too. Then, Arthur reminded her how Cedric had tried to strike her earlier that day. He told her he couldn't just ignore it. He wasn't going to let that arrogant noble provoke her or hurt her ever again. Slowly but surely, the tough lady knight felt her defenses crumbling, turning bright red from the sheer intensity of it all. She finally relented, musing that he might actually have a chance against Cedric since he was in a much heavier weight class. But Cedric isn't just some noble brat. He actually knows the basics of swordplay. A total amateur like Arthur usually wouldn't last 5 seconds in a real duel. It seemed ridiculous, but the boy was determined to try. After all, she was the one who gave him the courage to stand up in the first place. He believed that with enough hard work, he could actually change the ending of this story. She didn't have a single memory of saying those inspiring words, but Arthur knew the truth. He remembered it all from the previous chapter. With no other way out, Lady Elara finally agreed to help the young squire, Arthur. But she didn't mince words. He wasn't going to win anytime soon. Without a second's warning, she lunged forward. Bam! A solid punch right to Arthur's jaw sent him spiraling onto the dirt floor of the training hall. Arthur groaned, asking why the hell she'd done that. Her response was cold. She needed to settle this before the real duel even began. You have to create an opening, she explained, gesturing toward his. Well, his groin. Aim for the vital spots and don't you dare miss. That was the lesson for the day. And they were going to drill that specific move until the academy bells rang for the final time. Arthur realized he had no choice but to endure the pain. By the time the sun set over the kingdom, the poor guy was absolutely shattered. Elara's training felt less like practice and more like a knight's trial. He was limping home when a shadow blocked his path. It was that arrogant prick, Lord Cedric, demanding Arthur follow him into the alley. Arthur knew exactly what kind of lesson was coming. But this time, he had a plan. He remembered Elara asking him why he always ended up on the receiving end of a beating. She had caught him off guard earlier with a sharp elbow. That's why, she told him. He only got hit because he didn't expect it. If you can anticipate the strike, you can dodge it. And the same logic applied to a predictable bully like Cedric. A guy like that only thinks about his own ego. He'd never expect a cowardly squire like Arthur to actually strike first. The strategy was simple: play the victim, act submissive. Then, at the first sign of a distraction, you strike with everything you've got. That's exactly what Arthur did. Cedric stood there, ranting about how this was all Arthur's fault and that he shouldn't dare complain later. Then, the arrogant jerk actually started taking off his heavy tunic to get comfortable for the beating. Big mistake. Completely distracted, Arthur lunged and landed a brutal hit right in the crown jewels. Pure, unadulterated agony for the young lord. He found the opening and hit the mark. Everything went exactly to plan as Cedric collapsed, writhing in the dirt in total silence. Even through his tears, the noble kept shouting threats. Arthur just watched him, suddenly feeling like he'd played a coward's game. He'd even told Elara he wasn't comfortable with such a cheap shot. She just asked if he was actually an idiot or just trying to be one. He was the weaker fighter, the victim. In a fight for survival, there's no such thing as playing fair. If there was a coward in this kingdom, it definitely wasn't the boy finally standing up for himself. Those words finally clicked in Arthur's mind. He looked down at the mighty Cedric, who was now defenseless and barely able to breathe. All his life, Arthur was taught by the monks that violence was never the answer for a man of honor. But he was learning that sometimes it's necessary. It felt terrifyingly real, but he found comfort thinking this was just part of his trial. "Never again," Arthur whispered. And then, he landed one final, clean punch right to Cedric's arrogant face. And that's where we're leaving it. If you don't want to miss the next part of Arthur's journey, hit that notification bell. See you in the next one, right here on 𝒕𝒐𝒏𝒊𝒖𝒔.